for anyone that's watching, we're eating lunch because we are meeting a half hour after we got off the floor. And actually less than that. So this is lunch hour. That's this committee, and it may well be dinner hour. So, Senator Kitchell, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I am probably talking about one provision within the bill that has been voted out of health and welfare. This is within the broader context of stabilizing and strengthening our child care system. It is a current system. It is a program that's been in place for many years. And the level of funding has been at such a level that finding workforce and providing a competitive wage for early childhood educators has been a significant problem. We've seen capacity erode. At the same time, we need capacity even more than ever, particularly for young children. And we've been talked about as a state where we need more young families, we need more children, and we need to look at the demographics. So the issue around how we address our child care program, and it has been out there. We had the RAND Corporation did an analysis of what it would take to bring up the reimbursement at a level that would make the program function in the best way possible. This bill, as it's come out of health and welfare, is a major step forward. And a lot of what we've done in the last couple of years has really been symptomatic of our underfunding problem. We've thrown out incentives, we've thrown out this and that. But if we're going to increase the reimbursement as is provided in the health and welfare bill, that means that we would have a reimbursement level sufficient to pay a competitive wage and to retain workers. So as we're looking at this increase in the reimbursement and subsidy that would be paid under the Child Care Assistance Program, the policy questions emerged, and a number of people have said, well, at that level of payment, in fact, wouldn't it be just as cost effective to pay or to give money to a parent so for that very important period of time after birth of a child or adoption, that for about a comparable cost, we would do a wage replacement so that the parent could have the choice. Do I want to provide the care for that formative period, or should the CFAP program be paying for the care in a licensed or registered child care setting? So what this bill does, and it's done, or this provision, and it's done to be very simple, and it's modeled after what I put together for the essential worker pay, and it's the household income under 600% of poverty. Are you going to have a baby or going to adopt? And then it's aligned the period for the 12 weeks, which is protected period of time to be absent from work in our labor law. It would be a flat benefit. It would be very simple. It's designed to be simple. The more you want to refine it or the more complicated, the more it costs to administer. So one of the things that we're going to have to look at is what are the administrative costs. One of the other things that we're going to be looking at is if you want to build capacity and you're putting in a higher rate, you also have to put up some startup money so that new programs, in fact, can get some assistance in getting established. So what the parental leave would do is provide as a family under 600% of poverty, which is for a family for 180,000. Are you going to have a baby? Are you having a baby and or are you adopting? I'm looking at you. But sorry.
I know,
This
it's too late for
is a
me.
very important bill to some people in this
I know, but
It won't apply to me, I don't have a
I
conflict
know.
of interest.
I know their timing is off.
Right.
And we know timing is everything. And so it would be designed to be administered quite simply. It would be a standard. a maximum benefit of 600. If we look at some of our lower wages, they are in fact are a bit lower than 600 a week. At 200% of federal poverty, it's like 561. So the bill would say you can get up to that level. You won't get more than you would as a wage. So there's a greater wage replacement for the families that have the least amount of income to accommodate a loss of a wage. And part of that is because the Rhode Island experience showed that your lowest wage workers couldn't take a leave benefit because they didn't have enough money in their household to live on anything less than their full wage. So in that case, they were using a payroll tax on the employee, and the perverse impact was your lowest paid employees were in essence subsidizing a benefit that was being used by your higher wage workers. So this is designed to say, we'll give you more help at the lower end of that spectrum of income. And it would be sloped down, because one of the things we know is that we create a lot of cliffs, and you're a dollar over, you're out, a dollar less, you're in. And that sloping kind of is consistent with what is happening with the CPAP program. This would be a parallel complementary benefit that would allow a payment to go to a parent, and we will be amending the bill to make it clear, because the question was raised, well, you could have same-sex couples, so could one parent take 6 weeks and another parent take 6 weeks, and how we might be able to accommodate that. And so that would certainly be permissible. It doesn't add any more cost because the benefit's fixed. So I've asked Ledge Council to make that clarification as we're moving forward. The estimate to do this was, I think in the end, we were talking about a leave benefit. I think that came in about, was
Our
it
sheet says
14?
That's millions.
14 million, right. And we were thinking, in order to get this going, and there's some lag time, we were talking about a January implementation. But as I say, it's designed to be very simple. It's designed and it's modeled after the payment structure that we put in place, and we put out $60 million of the federal COVID relief money to essential workers back at that time, for those of us who were around here. And so it is really, the nexus is, we can either pay a childcare provider, which at these rates are very significant for this age group, or could we give that parent the option of providing the care, and him or herself.
I believe childcare centers don't take children to the first 6 weeks.
No, they don't, and that's another issue. So we've got that now home care money provide care for younger children, but you're absolutely correct. The normal time is 6 weeks. So you've got that gap of time as well, which, if you're a lower wage income household, then even being able to deal with that 6-week period of time can be a fairly significant hardship, or you're trying to cobble together other childcare arrangements. So I just want to say, this is very much within the context of childcare, and it really is reflecting the nexus or the interplay between the Child Care Assistance Program and a parental leave, and that is, and the extent to which we pay a child care provider, or for about the same amount of money, we could allow that parent to make a choice to provide the care, and therefore you wouldn't be paying out the child care subsidy. But the plan, as it's come out of Health and Welfare, is to move the eligibility for child care assistance up to 600%. The reason for that is that slope problem, which you deal with all the time in income sensitivity for property taxes. And so you don't have such an abrupt loss of assistance. And if to increase the reimbursement that we pay for childcare, but obviously that means that the cost of subsidizing that childcare is very, very different than it has been historically if we move forward. And as I've said before, in looking at this and looking at our money, and as someone who's been around here a long time, we tend to want to add something new, but we don't go back and look at what do we already have for existing commitments and how well are we doing. And, you know, we have been working on that in a number of areas, including our state colleges, in terms of what we're doing to shore up our pension underfunding and so forth. And I think childcare is an example where employers are saying their employees and for the stability of their workforce, they need childcare. Our families, obviously, if you go to work, need childcare and quality childcare and stable childcare. And we recognize that the financial cost of childcare for the majority of our families are truly an economic challenge. So this bill is designed to address all those factors. But the part that I was asked to speak to, I think, was that parental leave connection, and that is a choice as a parent. You know, do we pay it in the form of a subsidy to a child care provider, or for that period of time, make it possible financially for the parent to provide the care? That's really the policy discussion that we had in putting this together. Is that helpful?
I don't think so. Senator Rob, you have a question?
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate and support this proposal. I appreciate that you
Am I waiting for the butt?
took the nexus that so many of us saw and really ran with it and put the numbers together. I have a question that I hope wouldn't slow this bill down at all, but it's just a curiosity at this point about where the administrative component stands. Does it allow for accessing a third party, or is it going to remain?
It does. And actually, a lot of our programs have a third party involvement to support them. And we had to recognize that if you're going to have a program, you've got to have some administrative support to go behind it. So that's one of the things we're looking at. That, as well as having money up front to build the capacity, because that's the other thing. It's the availability is so limited that parents are really having a very difficult time even finding care. And I believe if you look at the statistics, the number of providers actually has declined. And that's understandable if, in fact, if the reimbursement isn't such that it's a viable financial operation. And so I think with the workforce shortage, COVID, higher inflation, probably all of that's coming, as well as a demanding job.
Right. With the hazard pay, did we use the third party in any way for payment?
Well, I have rolled that out. What I'm concerned about is we know from the testimony that we're getting is that our state agencies are under a tremendous amount of pressure. And we're seeing that in terms of ability to get grants out. A lot of the money that we've already put in place to go out to childcare has yet to go out. And it's not through anybody's fault. We've just overloaded the resources that we have available. So it is possible. When we did the essential pay, we did it through Salesforce. It's a software product. I've laid that out. Is it possible to simply adapt that? Some people have said yes. You have to do some modules, or ADS can. They contract out for that software development. So yes, we do need resources. You need some staff for any of this, and even the governor's proposal called for more staff, because you're bringing in more families into the system by design. So
This doesn't say you have to do that. It says you're allowed. So it'd probably be just a matter
we do that all the time. For example, emergency fuel. We have a memorandum of understanding with our community action agencies to provide that, rather than at one point the whole Department of Social Welfare used to do that. So it's not uncommon to look at another entity to help with the administration. I think I assume that the administration's looked at, the IT system for their current system of subsidies and eligibility for CBAP, but that would obviously have to be updated, but it's been done in the past for increases in reimbursement or to change the income eligibility threshold.
I was on health and welfare before COVID, when we got the first proposal for CBAP increases. And we had to buy a new computer system before we could do anything. And my understanding is we did. That's why we can move forward.
Well, we've been talking about it. Sometimes these system developments take a while. But I need to be clear, we're not asking to have this parental leave somehow force fit into that childcare eligibility system. It is much more simple and straightforward. It's time limited, and it's not a different benefit depending on age or provider. It is, are you under the threshold? Do you have an infant? Are you adopting? And a flat $600 a week benefit.
So I do support your amendment, and for all the same reasons centered on
It's not my amendment.
the proposed amendment or
It's
additional
on the bill.
on the bill that you brought to the previous committee of jurisdiction. Two questions that came up in testimony yesterday having to do with the qualifying level of amount of employment, so be it 30 days or 2 quarters over a year. I'm wondering if you
It's
had any
nothing.
additional
You're
thoughts.
just employed now.
So any other strong opinions on that would be welcomed. And also the 100% wage replacement for up to the $600 versus what was heard yesterday, as many other states have done 90%. Have you taken any strong thoughts or considerations on those?
That was because the paycheck you take home has things deducted from it. And so some states only pay you a 90%.
That's true, and that's within the larger leave context. This is, as I said, designed to be very simple, and what it's doing is not, frankly, if you're under at 200% of poverty or below, which is not a very significant hit, you're not building up much of a nest egg to help you over any of this. It would be basically 100% wage replacement, but it would decline, obviously, as household income increases, because you've got a bit more financial cushion to work with. So it's not 90%. It's designed to be up to your current wage, or $600, whichever's
Less.
Yeah. So it is intended to be very straightforward and simple to execute. And as I say, it was really modeled by what we put in place for the essential worker program. So in that case, it was, are you one of those essential workers defined? Are you working full-time? Are you working part-time? And are you and that was, so it was quite simple. And we moved out, a lot of money. So it's really kind of within that context that this seemed to lend itself, but it also had such a strong nexus. And, other people said, geez, maybe it'd be cheaper to pay the parent, those are the comments that have come out. It raises the question, well, in fact, there might be times when it would be the same. And so do we want to give that policy choice and pay it one way or, assist in another? That's it in a nutshell.
Okay.
And I wish I could sympathize with your workload, but I'm having a little difficulty.
You just have to give out money. We have to raise taxes.
The requests that we're up to are, I think, close to 400 million over the governor's recommend. Just to give you some idea of what the competition is for money here.
Maybe we could trade jobs for great. We would be.
You'd like my job? Is that what you're saying?
Just for one day. And you could do that, our job over here for one day. I bet we make rapid progress.
Yeah.
Having served on appropriation, people are never delighted and grateful for the
Oh, no.
appropriation. Our job is to decide who to disappoint.
I know, I'm an equal offender opportunist from that. Well, thank you for letting me come in and
Thank
kind of
you.
give you some context for the thinking behind this and why. And I think it's very clear, as I've said, when we've gone out and we've met with the communities or, in a variety of settings, the things that come up routinely are very much related to the economy, and that has to do with housing. We hear we can hire somebody, but they can't find a place to live, so they couldn't take the job. Childcare is right there. Broadband certainly is right there. Workforce in terms of training, although I would say it's encouraging the number of students that are taking early childhood development in our CCV and our feeder courses is quite substantial. So if we can make it a financially feasible, a job, and there are ways that I think there people are interested in entering the field. And then, of course, the other one is climate change. So
So we did do that free tuition at CCV with part of the ARPA.
yeah, and I think we're going to try to make that an ongoing.
I know VSAC was really thrilled, they're administering it with the results, and a lot of it were single parents, mostly mothers. And so, but if, now you have the potential of being able to get a job that might allow you to support a family, which makes it worthwhile to go.
Well, there's been a lot of instability because with all the competition for workforce, it's much more attractive to go into the, the K through 12 system as well.
Yeah.
Although I have to say, we got that same complaint for designated agencies because they're competing with other healthcare providers in the state of Vermont. The wage structure is higher, so.
And then there's nurses and home health.
Yes. And the
We
list
could
goes on.
require CCV to give degrees in early childhood education with a minor in plumbing or carpentry.
That would help.
That would help the childcare centers too, save them some money.
Yeah, and particularly if you need a plumber. Thank you very much. We'll go next door. I don't know who's next. Oh, my goodness.
Well,
I have to
I
say, this is quite amazing. We're sitting here with, talking about childcare and two expected mothers.
We have several.
Oh, three?
Yes.
Oh, my goodness.
This is a very.
I'm gonna get out. I don't think I'm at risk.
I'm leaving. I don't know.
We're scaring people out. Okay, yeah, I don't know who's next because we are working through, let's see, I'm not sure which is the first note. I've got Abby can come from 2 to 4:30, that's at 1:30. Okay, because I was going to have Abby walk us through the tax sections of the bill. So we can do that. Emily, I think you're just
I'm here if you need
on
me.
call, but I don't know that anything's been done. Janet McLaughlin, from, Child Development Division, Department of Children and Families. I think we put her on you're here.
I'm here.
I got this thing that said 2:30. Which is that?
Well, I'm here.
Okay.
I'm here, but
so what-
Shayla just left.
Okay. Well, Shayla wasn't here. I think we just had you to talk about the
I
third
know.
party
Yes.
and
Yep, I'm.
what it is. So if you want to come up, that works. And then you could go back and do your real job.
Okay.
I saw Shayla.
Yes, no,
See.
she would prefer to be in there. So I just started, right, 2 weeks ago, so Shayla would certainly prefer to be in the
Okay,
room
that's.
while I'm testifying for the first time.
I
this way.
didn't recognize you from my views on health and welfare. Shayla, I
Oh,
know
perfect, she's right there.
very
She's right. Okay, great.
well. So come on up.
Okay.
And this is just, you know, we recognize there's gonna be some cost to administer this. But, and so you heard Senator Kitchell, that this.
Yes.
We're just allowing you, not requiring you to contract out if that gets to be
Mhm.
the most efficient thing to do.
Yes. So did you want me to speak to S56 overall or just to principals
If
at
you
this
have
point?
something you would like us to hear,
Okay,
yes.
okay, I have a few.
Anyone can say anything they want
Oh.
within the bounds of
Okay.
civility.
Okay,
Law in this community.
Introduce yourself.
yes, okay. So hi, everybody, I'm Janet McLaughlin. I'm the new Deputy Commissioner for the Child Development Division of the Department of Children and Families. So I've been officially started, I think, on March 8th. So I am new to this role, but have been working on early childhood issues in the state for the last 7 or 8 years. And I have consulted with my colleagues and have a few things we wanted to share. So really in response to the version of S56 that passed out, but also specifically response to the revised cost estimate that JFO presented, that Bruce presented yesterday.
Which is what's on this.
That one,
sheet,
yep.
right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yep. And so overall, I wanted to offer, right, that you know, the administration is aligned on the need to support Vermont's childcare system, and that families and programs and workers and educators all need additional support and resources, right? That's a shared starting point we all have. We're glad that the committee used the governor's budget sort of as a starting place, and that there's some key elements of that proposal built in. So the bill that passed out of Senate Health and Welfare focused on CCFAP expansion, and it is aligned with our proposal for increased to start to increase eligibility and to move to a more equitable payment structure. So those two features are appreciated and needed. However, we are concerned about the combined cost of the removal of training and work requirements, the move to enroll payments, the increase to eligibility at 600% of the federal poverty level, and a significant increase in reimbursement rates. So, and all of those things reinforce each other to increase costs over time. In addition, each of those changes, right, have implications for our, on the administrative side, and specifically for our CDD information system, and for its users, right? So even if we make changes on our side, right, there are the eligibility specialists out in the communities, as well as the childcare programs that are using that system, and so they all need to be retrained on how to use the system when we make big changes as well. So it's gonna, just wanted to flag for everybody that, which I think everybody knows, but it does take time to scope and develop and implement those kinds of changes, and it is really tricky to make them all at once. I want to say that we do appreciate the proposed shift to readiness grants. We believe that, we know that childcare programs need flexible supports, and we think we can build on the framework from the ARPA stabilization funds that we've had to implement those. The administrative funding that's in the bill is very much appreciated. The Senate bill currently more than doubles the funds that CDD is managing. And so obviously we need resources to be able to do that work. So we appreciate that. Wanted to flag that, the governor's proposal included 6 new positions within CDD. And I think it was 1/4 of the size of resources. So 6 was our estimate off of the governor's budget. And then specifically to parental leave, I think you were getting at it, that we do want to emphasize the need for flexibility in administering that program, including the option for a third-party vendor. It's certainly still going to need staff support. But with all the other changes that we're supposed to implement, we want to make sure that we have options for a new program. Okay, so.
But third party vendor thing is not unusual or rare.
DCF, works through contracts with other people all the time. So, yeah.
That was my understanding. Helps balance.
You said removal of training and work requirements. I too have some questions about the qualifications for the paid family sick leave or the paid family leave. My concern is they just need to be employed. I have never been pregnant, but I have been married to my lovely spouse who has been pregnant twice, and the last trimester is always the most difficult. So my concern is if we require them to be employed, could somebody have worked for a year or 2 quarters in a year and then left their job knowing the baby was going to come and then not qualify because they're not employed when the baby comes? Should a work requirement, or I'd be curious to know what exactly you would like to see with regards to the unremoval of work requirements or on that topic of work requirements for this bill.
I'm clear on your question. Shayla, I'm going to point to Shayla, who's our DCF, or our AHS policy director.
Oh, you know the rules.
Hello, everyone. I'm Shayla Livingston. I'm the policy director for the Agency of Human Services. So for, I can't speak to that in the paid family leave, but I wanted to clarify because
Yes.
that is not actually what Janet was referencing. So she's referencing work requirements in childcare,
Yeah.
not in the paid family leave piece. I'm happy to take that back and talk through what that looks like. I know that in the actual proposal that I saw from Senator Kinchel, you could take up to 30 days before the delivery date or the due date of the child.
Where I had a discussion with her. You have to have been employed within 30 days of giving birth. If you are required by your condition to go on bed rest, that would have to be sick leave or something else. That once you, it again is, it would make it much more complex if you are, but you only, there's no 2-year work requirement. There's no, 3 quarters or, it's you had a job within 30 days of the birth.
Before my time here, I hear there was a previous effort in 2019 on this where I thought the agreement was that it just had to be 2 quarters within the last year. It just seems like that makes a lot of sense for an expecting mother that might be working through.
I think that's when it was part of paid family leave and it was being paid for by a payroll tax. This is not, the payroll tax, my understanding, is paying for the enhanced child payments to the vendors. And I'm looking at my finance people, but that the,
Still seems.
I know it's all gonna go in the same pot, but Senator Kitchel was appropriating this money somehow.
Yeah.
But that we aren't actually, it's all part of the same system, but we would have to raise the same amount on the payroll tax, whether or not we did child leave, because we're taking back the child tax credit and we're taking, and we're using the 49 of the governor's million in there, which pretty much covers that cost. And that was when you only got 2/3 pay in return.
It still makes sense to me to look at
Yeah.
2 quarters in the last year, whether or not we do it here or ask the House to do it, because I know we're under a deadline, but it just seems that something better than the last 30 days up until the.
No,
voting day
it's
might make
just,
sense.
it doesn't say any amount of time. Apparently you can run out and work for 10 days and then have a baby. And as long as you worked within 30 days, which again gets to
This is a horrible-
simplicity of administration. When you get into the type of family leave bill, it really gets into, somebody has to document the the 3 quarters, and if you did 3 jobs, and you're into having unemployment, the Department of Labor do that, and we don't want to do anything to their.
With what you just described, I'm worried that we're gonna have 8.5-month pregnant women really frantically trying to get a job to.
Well, they might frantically need that and come back to it after 12 weeks. You might have one. Somewhere out there, I'm sure there is a welfare queen that is riding around in a pink Cadillac and claiming 22 children and getting paid from the state, but that's not the norm. That's, it's possible, but I don't think it's very, because after 12 weeks, they're going back to nothing. And right now, they should be on some other state programs. Senator McCormick.
That's not what I understood. Senator Chittenden.
No, he said, you want to make sure people have worked a certain amount of time in order to qualify. You do that because if you're working through unemployment, because you need to have paid into the system. You were not paying into this system.
I understood the comment to be that it would be regrettable for a woman who is 7 months pregnant and maybe different women have different pregnancies, have different stories, and maybe having a hard time, that she would have to go out and get a job in order to qualify for the help.
Whereas if it was 2 quarters of the last year, one expecting, or those who are working could have been working for 6 months, knowing they were going to be pregnant, terminate their job, knowing they would still qualify for the state benefit when the baby comes 3 to 4 to 5
So they
months
get
later.
paid for 12 weeks and then they have nothing.
So the question is, for a person, a woman who is pregnant, and let's say that person works during the 30 days prior to the expected date of delivery, what person arrived in Vermont on the 31st day prior to delivery? Would they qualify under this?
For this they would.
As opposed to what Senator Chipman is suggesting, is that we have a look back of a work requirement over the 2 previous quarters.
Who would do the look back?
Well, I know you're concerned about going back to the unemployment system, but those records, are in fact
But
available.
somebody would have.
The documentation is there.
Yes, but again, that just adds to the cost and the complication of the system. We can set it up, and if we find out there's a whole bunch of people moving here to get, but then after 12 weeks, they're here. That's assuming they can find a place to live here, which is not likely.
We have added to our homeless shelter funding.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, but then we've got a potential workforce person. Not unlike what we're doing with military pensions.
Definitely not gonna try to speak for all pregnant people here. And I'm looking at Emily, who's,
You
feeling
guys
the
aren't
third
about to move
trimester.
to another town at this point.
But I just want to remind us that the focus is really on the continuum to childcare and making sure that we're, this particular piece only focuses on children and adoption, because we're talking about dollars we don't need to spend on very expensive infant care. So to me, it's less material, how recently they've moved here, et cetera. And I would just hazard a guess without the information today, when we have to vote the bill out, that we'd leave more people out if we required 2 quarters of work in the last year than we would someone who is working in the last 30 days. I don't want to speak for people who have complicated 3rd trimesters in any way. I hope I'm still here 30 days before my due date because it's May 10th. But I do think that there's probably something they could work out with their employer, even if they have run out of sick leave, that allows them to be considered employed within 30 days. That feels easier to obtain than 2 quarters, which again adds complications to the bill that we probably don't have time to address. But even if we had all the time on our hands for this proposal, I would still favor keeping the 30 days for this simple version of the proposal that, of course, for some of us has challenges just because we'd like to cover lots of situations. But if simplicity is key, I think this proposal makes the most sense.
Senator Kitchell, for anyone that doesn't know, was the Secretary of Human Services, it had DCL, I don't know what it was titled.
Agency of Human Services, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, she is not without experience in this
Right.
field, and she manages the money. So I tend to put a lot of,
My only hangup is the last 30 days before the pregnancy. If it was 30 days over the prior 6 months, I feel like that too is achieving something so that if somebody just works it out, that they need to, without a doctor's note, take it easier as they're approaching the deadline. It just seems like there's something better than the current language I'm worried about. The last 30 days of pregnancy, somebody frantically trying to get a job.
well, it says within 30 days. Nothing says you can't work up until the minute you deliver.
Really encouraging that in state policy.
I mean, this is startup, and it's a lot better than anything we've got now. It's going to give everybody a chance, not just to have 12 weeks guaranteed leave, but guaranteed leave with pay, which helps lower income more than most because they can't afford to take
6 weeks.
any weeks off
I would agree with that.
without pay. So,
Still counts.
okay, yeah.
I don't know if this is a JFO question instead of one you can answer, but I'm curious as to the current state of the Hartford Group contract. I know that there were lots of off ramps for it. I'm just curious if there would be some requirement that if we went forward with some form of paid family leave, that we would have to use the Hartford Group
Is this the one for the?
for the governor's warranty.
I'm not familiar with
Okay.
that contract.
This is not insurance, they were going in insurance. Shayla, do you know?
I can just say that from the very, very preliminary, because this is very new conversations we've had, it would not require, nobody said it would have to go through that.
Okay, I haven't looked
Yeah.
at the contract lately, which had outs, you know, if we didn't go through with that proposal.
Okay, but this is a completely different proposal. This has nothing to do with the Hartford Group or another paid leave or.
I'm just trying to get that information on the record because that is a contract that is in motion for administrative paid family leave through the state.
Okay.
And I have not looked at I'm not gonna need it today, but we were gonna look at the contract to see what the ways of getting out of the contract were.
I can't tell you how to get out of it now, but I can tell you nobody said, oh, you would have to use that for this purpose.
Was the Hartford Group relationship gonna go through AHS or?
No.
Okay. Was it gonna go through the Secretary of Administration?
Sorry, I don't know the answer to that.
Okay, any other question? For Janet? Thank you. Good first voyage. No one told you that we usually torture first appearances.
That was easy.
Okay, we've got Janet. Al, you're here.
Abby's here too.
Here now, if you did.
Oh,
want-
Abby's
You took the one
Let's-
through. Sorry about that.
Okay, you've got a little leeway though, so let's let Ally go. We'll do advocates. And then we'll sit down and crunch out some words.
Take my seat.
Thank
We are not abiding by the state health and diet plan. Yes, there's 2 apples left here.
Thank you so much. For the record, Ally Richards, CEO Bless Her Kids, I really appreciate being able to come in on this, and I'll be brief. We do have a long list and lots of work to do this afternoon. But I appreciate the chance to go on the record, and we are incredibly supportive of the good work your colleagues did at Health and Welfare, digging into the details, listening to testimony, and getting a policy on the books that really does map towards what we as a movement have been marching towards for over a decade. And so that's very good news from our view. And I really want to, just echo something that Senator Kitchell said.
with full appreciation for the competing priorities on public funding. I think this has risen to where it is today with the over 35,000 Vermonters supporting it and 271 business endorsers, which I'll mention in a minute what that means and showcasing that support because of the potential it has to really support kids and families and our aging demographic in Vermont. And as this committee and others have heard, that real ROI. And someone had mentioned the CCV students. There are 500 students at CCV right now enrolled in early ed major, 500. It's up to us basically to retain those students in Vermont and to retain them into the field that they've trained for. And that alone can offer an ROI to our state in multiple dimensions, including our state domestic, product that really does support an investment like this to this scope. So I really do appreciate the priority this has been given, including the scope that is being discussed. Two key principles that you see in this bill that I just want to put my thumb on again. Affordability for families and a true cost of care, which is almost primarily compensation for early educators. Those two things must happen to actually get the ROI and to create a system of infrastructure for childcare in Vermont, and they have to happen in tandem, or you do face unintended consequences such as severe benefits cliff. For example, if you do increase the price and really actually reimburse the true cost of care that allows you to have the supply and demand and the workers given the compensation that they need, and then you don't get the income eligibility piece, that's what creates that cliff and then really cuts out many working Vermonters who absolutely need this benefit, need to be in our workforce, we need it for our economy to be sustainable. So that's the dynamic of those two principles, the affordability for families, which we've pegged about 10% of household income, and the worker compensation. So, I would just say it's very, very important. This bill right now takes the first huge step towards that infrastructure with a promise that you have to finish the job on the income eligibility and the true cost of care next year in the biennium. And that's what this bill says. Come back with a study this fall to really understand the dynamics of that true cost of care, to finish that. It goes about halfway in this bill, and then finish that off next year, which again, I think points to how critical it is that when you discuss the funding source, the hallmarks really should be sustainable, as progressive as possible, and flexible to support sort of an organic infrastructure that we are transforming the whole sector here. So, to not make a small matter of that transformation, this bill absolutely takes a responsible step forward in the right way for a responsible implementation. But the funding does need to be flexible and sustainable to support sort of finishing the job and not accidentally going halfway and not all the way there for a system that's going to have that full ROI and be accessible and affordable for all. So I just wanted to quickly highlight the business support. And again, there are folks in the room that are better than I to talk to that specifically. And I know one coming on Zoom later as well. But again, I mentioned 271. So we have been working within sort of this movement on the ground in communities for many, many years. And one thing that really has stood out is the discussion with sophistication of what this means from both a revenue perspective from the state and an ROI perspective from the business community. I mentioned 271 endorsers. Those are employers, individual employers in Vermont from all counties of all sizes and all sectors who have said, we believe Vermont needs a childcare system that has 10% affordability for families, that fairly compensates the early education workforce, and it will take increased public investment to get that done. So some detailed and sophisticated support from different sizes, different sectors, different counties, that has really, really changed the debate and discussion on this. And I would just end by saying, again, the time is now. I really appreciate the alacrity by which you all are working on this and the timeline you are on. The last 3 years have devastated an already fragile system and sector, as you know. In this country, we've never treated childcare as infrastructure, so we've never allowed the business model to work. Parents already pay more than they can afford. Early educators cannot afford to make any less. That's why you need the public investment to fix it. And the system has been devastated by the pandemic and the workforce crisis, which is a self sort of sustaining cycle, because this is the workforce behind our workforce. And so when you make an investment here, again, back to why it sort of rises to the top of the list, you immediately activate hundreds, if not thousands of Vermonters back into the workforce who already live here. And then you start getting into the change in demographic over time when you bring other people into the state. We are so lucky to be in the presence of 3 pregnant women. I mean, that's gonna have a sizable increase on our tax base right there.
With this committee and my time here.
Yes, well, I will say I just went to my own annual physical in Montpelier, and the doctor said, it's heartbreaking. I've been doing family planning with young people for the last couple years, and they are not having kids, or they're stopping at 1 because they cannot find or afford childcare. Is that a Vermont we want to live in a sustainable future for our workforce? So again, thank you 3 very much, and keep going. We're here to meet you from a policy and sustainability perspective, and so again, I'll just keep my comments brief because those are the principles, you know, the affordability, the wages, this moves you in that first huge pace, you know, with promise to finish the job, and I'm happy to entertain any questions.
Okay. Committee, any questions? Send the form.
And this is not focused on your testimony, but just whoever. We're talking a lot in terms of need and economic standing. We're talking a lot about percentage of federal poverty.
Mhm.
I'm trying to figure out in terms of the cliff, dollars and cents. When someone looking at the graph to the right of the cliff, how much is a family of 3 just to the right of the cliff earning? What kind of money do they income do they have?
I'm not gonna have the right number. I can say conceptually, someone in the room has the number on the cliff. Conceptually, Senator McCormick, what we have seen having run the numbers is families are paying sort of around 30 to 40% of their household income on average today. We're trying to move that back down to 10% on a progressive scale.
I think the way this works is as you go up towards 600% of poverty, by the time you get there, you're only getting $5 per kid or $20 per kid. So when you have to pick up the full cost, and I believe that is $182,000 a year, so. For a family of 4. So, and we only have families of 3. There are no families of 2 in childcare. So you get paid less and less, you get less and less subsidy until you meet that 182,000.
So it's not really a cliff.
No, it
We're
is
using
not,
the wrong
it
term.
is now. Right now,
Okay.
you make $1 over the amount and you get nothing. And
I think it's important to watch for creating a cliff,
Yes.
because when you pay the true cost of care, and all of a sudden then the cost of a childcare program goes up because they're paying wages at the minimum compensation levels for their
Yeah.
workers, rather than the $14 an hour that benefits, which is today, when you actually start paying the true cost of care, then if you do not increase the percentage of federal poverty for subsidy, those families all of a sudden pay the true cost of care without subsidy. And that's where you're going to create a major cliff for middle income Vermonters if that's not really carefully attended to.
But this is the first step we have taken in years to make a realistic, I mean, this is just one of those, oh yes, everybody loves it, so we'll minimally fund it and almost set it up to fail because the money isn't there. I'm sorry, this is traditional women's work, and traditional women's work never gets paid very well. And that's you can, once we started requiring that you have any kind of degree or training or knowledge in this field, we opened up other fields to you, and we've got to compete. Senator Chip.
Talking too much, but you mentioned in your testimony that we need to find a sustainable progressive revenue source for this, and I completely agree. One thing I have yet to see is a real clarity and clear argument of an income tax versus a payroll tax. My impression is that an income tax is progressive, as it currently is. It also will be less expensive to stand up, and it really is an all-in approach where everybody that makes any type of income would contribute to this, similar to the rationale we have that all property owners in the great state of Vermont pay for our public schools. But it's unclear to me, and maybe this is a question for JFO, as to which one would be more sustainable or resilient in economic downturns. In your analyses and looking at revenue sources for funding childcare, do you have a strong opinion on income tax versus payroll tax?
I do not, Senator Chittenden, and I would defer to both representatives from, the Lake Champlain Chamber and VDR, because they have been engaging in those discussions with their members, to shed some light on that. I would just say the hallmarks in our deep discussions with many folks from, again, all political persuasions and stripes and sectors and geographies, really comes down to, we understand the ROI and our bottom line here, and so it really should be all in. That is one of the key hallmarks, which you just mentioned, sort of the skin in the game argument, as broadly based as possible, because we're all going to benefit from this. That's a very key hallmark that we hear pretty much from everyone we talk to about it. So I appreciate you actually asking the question with that exact lens to the folks, at JFO and others that this is.
Okay, I think one of the reasons you hear Senator Kitchell mention is if we raise there's only so much elasticity in the income tax. If we take some of that, then that money is not available to appropriations to pay for other services like healthcare and home health, both of which need serious infusions of money. So.
I could add to that, but maybe that'll be for another testimony.
Okay. Anything else, Ralph? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your work.
Is Sean Larkin with us?
He is available on Zoom when you all are ready,
No, that's Sean Allen.
but I can just, he asked me just to let.
Okay, well, I know Austin is here. And then Seth Foley, you're here, okay.
Yes.
T, okay.
Not the first person.
Yes.
Good afternoon. For the record, Austin Davis, Director of Government Affairs for the Lake Champlain Chamber. Thank you for this opportunity to sit down with you folks and discuss this legislation. I think we've all been anxiously awaiting getting to this committee. As we've gone through kind of years of discussion around childcare, these are the big questions we've all certainly had. Childcare availability, affordability, dependability are certainly concerns we hear from our employers and their employees, and do serve as major impediments to our economy, specifically also with housing, which would love to talk to you more about. Certainly has come up a lot in this committee and occupied a lot of your time this week on Senator Still. So there was a comment I just want to get back to that was echoed a lot yesterday in committee conversation around employers being the primary beneficiaries of this legislation. And I just want to address this before I jump into my testimony and talk about how early childhood education is really a societal benefit. We don't talk about our K through 12 education system in the context that employers are the primary beneficiaries. And certainly they do benefit from our K through 12 system. They will benefit from our modernized early childhood education system. However, they are not the sole or primary beneficiaries of the entire society is. And I think that kind of reflects in the conversation around the tax. So I know you have a lot on your plate today, so I'll try to be quick and just jump right in saying that we support, as drafted in the legislation you have on the committee website, the use of the child tax credit created under Act 138 to fund these changes in the childcare system.
Wait, you just lost me. What child tax credit in what bill?
The child tax credit in the.
You support taking back that credit.
In the draft, I believe it's 1.4 that's on your county website. It does repeal Act 138.
I think that is a difference. We need that.
That funding, we do support that. I would just say that there is actually a cliff that is created by that tax credit that was created last year. And it actually came up in testimony from Commissioner Foley himself, where he discussed around the the changes in the family income that will happen at age 5. Typically at the federal level, the child tax credit goes much later and is scaled down along that path. The child tax credit created under 138
Goes away.
ends at 5. So we actually see transitioning that funding to CCFAP is actually smoothing that phase out much better than the child tax credit does. Because what you're doing is you're connecting a benefit that is a subsidy for an expense. And when that expense goes away at age 5, when the child enters our public school system, that subsidy also subsides. Whereas alternatively, status quo right now, when the child turns 5, that expense disappears, or the tax credit disappears, and those might not necessarily have been tied in that household's finances. So that for that reason, I think we support that. I just kind of go broadly 3 points on that to finalize the child tax credit. I think I saw some questions coming up, but one, there's a broader net gain from CCFAP than the child tax credit. 2, there's not a benefit cliff created by the child aging out of CCFAP as there is with a child aging out of CTC. And 3, the CCFAP is a much more surgical approach than what is created under CTC. I don't know if there's any questions.
No, it's fine.
We'd also just want to emphasize that this legislation was brought forward as a workforce solution and was always pitched as a component of increasing workforce participation. However, we saw in the RAND report that the highest level of subsidy that they studied and that you folks could have created would have only brought about somewhere between 600 and 2,900 employees into the workforce. This proposal doesn't meet that high level of subsidy, and consequently, we wouldn't expect the number of employees that we bring into the workforce off the sidelines to be that high. So we're already going to be operating in a situation where some of this cost is warranted potentially and is needed to remedy issues within our current childcare sector to modernize it. However, we're not going to be seeing the workforce participation.
So can I clarify, do you mean the childcare workforce itself, not the full workforce?
So the RAND, no, I'm talking about the workforce
Okay.
broadly in the state. So RAND estimated 600 to 2,900 individuals would be brought into the workforce. If you had worked through any of the 3 schedules they presented you, which were trying to target that no household spends more than 10% of their income towards childcare. You didn't hit those targets in this legislation, that's understandable. I guess my point here is more that in this situation, we're not going to see even those low estimates of 2,900 or the 600 to 2,900 employees being brought into workforce because you didn't hit that high subsidy level. So we don't know how many new individuals we brought into the workforce due to the changes you're making here today. We just know that it won't be that substantial. And so the reason why I bring this up is because in the legislation, as passed by Senate Health and Welfare, there is a deletion of the requirement for folks to be engaged and participating in the workforce in order to receive CCFAP subsidies. And we think because you're already operating in a lower resource environment than envisioned by RAND, well, we're in a place where we're going to bring in less folks into the workforce than anticipated by RAND, and that there's only so much that can be done that workforce participation requirement be inserted back into the bill by Senate Finance as a judicious use of the finite amount of funds that you folks have, because we truly do need the folks who are going to work every day, participating in the workforce, to be able to access those benefits, and we need to prioritize them over folks who might not be participating. Additionally, the folks who are in the workforce as currently drafted will be the folks footing the bill for the CCFAP program within the payroll context, the payroll tax context. So it makes sense to have, as the bill's currently drafted, a nexus to the workforce if the folks who are drawing the benefits are participating in the workforce. So moving on to talk about the payroll tax, you've certainly heard from businesses in support of a payroll tax. However, I can say with high confidence, not every single business in the state necessarily supports that. You heard the number 271. There are about 33,000 some odd businesses in the state. That said, I think the folks who, I can confidently say that folks who have participated in conversations about a payroll tax and engaged in support of a payroll tax, most of those conversations were in the context of a payroll tax being split between the employer and the employee. And that's kind of the sense of the all-in that we're talking. It's currently drafted in your latest version that's available on your website. You have put the entire tax burden on the employer, and we think it'd be most appropriate if you were to move forward with the payroll tax to have some shared burden between the employer and the employee. And as I said, in the conversations in the outset of my testimony, conversations around our K-12 education system are not in the context of employers being the primary beneficiary. We've modernized the language that we talk about childcare to be early childhood education, and as such, early childhood education as a whole is a societal benefit, and it doesn't make sense to squarely put the burden of that societal benefit on one type of taxpayer, and it should be broader and more equitable. The committee also might want to consider just accommodating employers that already are offering some kind of childcare subsidy. I can think of one such employer that I've spoken with that internally already kind of offers childcare subsidies, and they've shared with me that it's almost the equivalent of a 1% payroll tax on themselves. The interesting situation here is that likely the employer's employees with their spouse's income might be making upwards above the cap that's created for CCJAP right now. And the employer might not be able to afford both paying payroll tax and continuing those subsidies. So they might find themselves in a situation where they might have to stop subsidizing internally due to constraints financially. And then their employees wouldn't be able to access the childcare subsidies that'll be available at the public level, which.
Yeah, but those employees are making more than 600% poverty.
They may
I'm
be.
sure the employer could find something else, maybe a bonus to give them or another. I mean, somebody's gonna fall through the hole. If we do away with the child tax credit, then a family who is being fully subsidized for CCJAP right now will lose $1,000 a kid when that goes away, and they're not gonna see any benefit. And yes, there may be one employer that pays well enough that he can afford to do bonuses for childcare to people making, as a family, over 600% of poverty. I think I want to look at the greatest good for the greatest people. People with money will always be able, they can afford to hire a nanny. And I'm sure that child care benefit could be put towards hiring a nanny. But the bulk of the workforce who is not making that across the state can't get childcare and can't work. And I think that's the issue. There are going to be winners and losers on both ends.
Yeah, I think that gets me back to the next part of my discussion here around the payroll tax. And I think that, we, as I said at the outset, this is a societal benefit. And so it leads me to the question, why is the focus on payroll and not income? Why only wage earners and employers and not individuals who have income in the state? And currently right now, 1 in 5 Vermonters is over 65. It'll soon be 1 in 4. me and other people aren't going to be on payrolls, and payrolls be continually shrinking. So in terms of a sustainable funding source, that might not be efficacious. We'll have individuals making income from retirement funds, pensions, annuities. We heard from the commissioner yesterday that they are, that as drafted, the language might not include self-employed individuals who would still also be
It
eligible.
does not, and I've checked that they would not be eligible for CCFAP unless they were paying.
So back to my original point, this is a societal benefit. The individuals who might not be on payroll need the individuals who are on payroll to be able to
So
have.
because some people are calling it early childhood education, it's a societal benefit, whereas childcare was not. It's the same thing.
What I'm saying is I think individuals who might not necessarily be on payrolls in the state and have some kind of income do need individuals who are on payroll to be able to have childcare so they can show up to their job and do their job. I need the nurse, doctor, I need the firefighter, I need other folks to have childcare so they can do their job. And that goes for folks who either are making W-2 wages or making their income in some other type of way. And so what I'm saying is we're thinking very narrowly of just the folks who who would be attacked by a payroll tax to the workforce, while there's a whole host of other folks who are making income in other ways who also benefit in the grand scheme of things from our childcare sector being strengthened and need those first responders or other folks to have childcare who should be paying in. And I think, income tax could present an opportunity to better achieve the goals that you folks have had: progressivity, sustainability, growth, flexibility, and that broad reach to everybody who needs the childcare sector to work. And that's what I was going to.
Okay, so you're saying that the wage sector is not gonna grow in this state enough, which is not what our statistics tell us, but that you're not gonna grow enough, and so we should tax everybody to help people get to work. And I haven't heard any, it's been employers who have come forward. They were in economic development. They've been in here, they've been in health and welfare, saying that they absolutely cannot function without a functioning childcare system.
I don't think I'm testifying in any way in opposition to that.
Except now, we need to pay for this. I don't think we can do an income tax today. It's a much more complicated system. We'd have to restart all the testimony. And I can guarantee you it would be a veto and a much harder veto override, because you'd be taxing everybody, all of those who are struggling to pay for groceries. And I would like to see this bill go forward. I think this is a necessity for making progress, and I don't want to see us have it die.
I guess I'm struggling to understand how a payroll tax allows for more progressivity than an income tax.
No one's saying it's more progressive. It is not progressive if we tax employees who then can't afford to take the benefit, which is the previous proposals that have come forward. That if you own, and you only got 2/3. We have a very simple system. You're pregnant, you were working 30 days, up to 30 days, you can work up to 30 seconds before you give birth. You get a 12-week set benefit, which, is a flat benefit.
I hadn't spoken to parental leave yet in my testimony. I was strictly talking about CCFAP. I was talking about the funding, not the.
I don't think
allocation.
it's thought as progressive. it's a tax on one class, the group that is most going to benefit the most. Because they will get employees who then increase their productivity. Hopefully, if they're any good at their job, it will increase their profits. We heard about lost productivity. I think, Uzi Craft makes soap. Twin Craft. They had, yeah, I sat next to a guy in grad school that worked there.
Sounds good, right?
Smelled wonderful. They lose a worker on the line and they lose money because that line doesn't produce as much as they need it to. So they are the prime beneficiaries.
I guess I'm confused. I'm not saying anything about the issues around childcare not being a structural impediment in the same class as, let's say, housing to economic prosperity widely. What I'm talking about is a revenue source to get at the problem. And when you're looking at payroll, you're specifically targeting one subset of class of taxpayers. And I think that subset has generally been a conversation around any payroll tax has been around shared burden between the employer and the employee, employers who do need it and employees who also need it. I think the crux of what I'm saying here is that this is a broader societal benefit, than just something that benefits employers. And our society generally needs childcare, generally needs early childhood education, just as it needs K through 12 education. And so, we're suggesting that maybe if you proceed with the payroll tax, that burden be shared and not entirely be levied on one taxpayer category, or two, that more investigation be done into an income tax, which can have its advantages in terms of progressivity, sustainability, growth, flexibility, and a broader reach than payroll.
And I would say that if this bill came to us with the payroll tax on employers, if we stay here till midnight, we have about 8 hours to do this bill.
I'll order pizza. I'll order pizza.
Or pizza anyway, I don't care.
That, this bill has been here since day one. It worked all last summer. It's had a lot of work. I don't think we have time at this point to rework it.
I don't want to stall this bill. I want to move this bill out today. My question is, there is a study in there, and I know we need to move this forward. Is there any way to add some language to study income tax? I would love a comprehensive analysis from Art Wolf or JFO about which one's more resilient in economic downturns and which one's more sustainable.
The most resilient one in economic downturn is the property tax, and that's why we funded education. If there is an economic downturn, right now, the schools are in trouble because sales tax is going to go down. Income tax will go down. It's about as volatile as sales tax. If there's an economic downturn, we're all in trouble.
What is maybe adding some language to the study committee to dive deeper into this?
You could look at we could ask that study to look at, they're looking at the full cost of care. And we could ask them to look at what would be the most resilient funding source over time. I think we also are going to ask to have them just do the numbers, not assess the impact on wages, the impact on the number of facilities, and the distribution. And we could ask, when they're looking at that complete cost of care, the total, that they look at it at least Chittenden County and the rest. And some regional variation, because things definitely cost more in Burlington than they do up in the Kingdom and Belvedere.
I will say that you are setting up my testimony perfectly, because the next heading is regional differences in costs. However, I did just want to say, as I understand it, the governor's found 50 million roughly in his budget to go to this. The child tax credit funding represents about, I think, 31.8 million. And in the first half of fiscal year in which this this proposal, the total cost is about 90 million. So that does buy some time to have some more time to study
But that's
a
there
non-payroll tax option
because
potentially.
we can't implement the tax in less than a year. And so we need bridge funding. Unless we're gonna say you're just gonna have more, all those 500 students in early childhood at, the state colleges are gonna graduate, and guess what? We're gonna pay you $14 an hour, and McDonald's is offering you more than that. 15, 16, and 18, yeah, 16 to stock grocery shelves at night.
Well, that wasn't what I was referencing. What I was referencing was the first fiscal year impact of the bill as drafted is about 82 million, as I understand it. Or it's about 90 million, and there's about 82 million identified, which leaves some time to further investigate the pros and cons of a payroll versus the income or some other mechanism.
I feel like we're running low on time, and we're going in circles. I just want to make sure I understand the Lake Champlain Chamber's position is for an income tax.
I think we like further conversation on it. We don't fully understand the attentiveness to a payroll specifically. And I think that it is, there is a disconnect in the language, as I said, where individuals who are not contributing to a payroll tax by participating in the workforce could also crawl CCFAP benefits. And then also it's a broad societal impact with a narrow subset of taxpayers who are paying it.
So I guess I just say there, I think there's a reason it's a policy decision about whether or not someone goes back to work. It's a very sensitive decision for someone to make about, many people want to go back to work, but have a lot of considerations in terms of consistent access to childcare. That's not, the market's not going to change overnight. There's a lot of closures. There's a lot of stress trying to get, your life in order. And I think you want to make sure that you're re-entering the workforce in a way that is really meaningful for you and gets you back maybe to the wage that you were making before. I don't think it's a decision that we should make to change that in here. And as I understand it nationally, 1 in 4 people leave the workforce because of a childcare disruption. So, if you have an 8 or 9-year-old, you're not necessarily leaving the workforce because they're sick and home from school, or because school's closer, there's a snow day, they can come with you, they can color, in your committee room, which happens all the time here. But if you have a 3-year-old, it's really different. So I feel like I'd like to stop going on in circles because these all seem not really based on data, but more on conjecture.
Well, I think what I'm saying is, I think individuals who are participating in the workforce should be prioritized for childcare. The selling point of this bill for many employers and over the last years of discussion was that making childcare available will make the parents available to work. And so I guess our disconnect and our confusion is around if the parent isn't working, then the childcare of it, like having the childcare subsidy and having the social childcare potentially just kind of in an environment of limited resources means that a parent,
So I think what we need to check first is a CCFAP funding children whose parents aren't working. I know that the state funds children in childcare for child safety reasons because of issues at home. I don't think we're going to stop doing that. That wouldn't be on employees. I think I should warn you that we have been told for the last year that employers want this, that, business needs this, that business wants this. And now businesses say, well, we want it, but we don't want to pay for it. And that's gonna make it a lot harder to listen to the next time business comes in here and says, we need something.
I would just say that the Lake Champlain Chamber has not endorsed the legislation, and not all businesses are speaking in one unison voice. So I think that's pretty common across any demographic, that there are differences of opinion, differences of approach, differences in many different ways. So
So are you saying you oppose the legislation?
I'm not saying I oppose the legislation. I'm saying I'm trying to work to a yes. I think as just a general practice, the Lake Champlain Chamber doesn't take very hard yes or no positions on legislation. We are very detail oriented, and we want to make sure that the legislation works, that it's serving best, that it's returning the highest return on investment for the tax dollars invested in it. So, think that we're ever been in a position where we could say that. And frankly, we've been waiting for conversations like the one that happened in this committee today to better come to that point.
Okay, I'm gonna have to move this. I wanna get through the next two. I've got Sean and Seth, I think. See? Seen? Okay, that's
How
not
is it spelled?
SEAN.
Sean.
Oh, you're Irish and Sean, I don't know.
Yes, I guess I'm Sean.
I'm sorry, that's a new one on me.
That's okay. This isn't the first time I've had the
Yes,
conversation.
Just advocates, and then I'm gonna take a break if staff can be around, and then we can start getting into detail.
I know we're moving on. I just heard the witness say something about regional differences. I'd love any written document, because I'd love to understand more about how that could be used in the future. Maybe not.
I don't think he's.
Yeah, I had 3 other subheadings on my testimony around regional differences, as well as the 4-year-olds in the public system, and then paid family medical leave.
It's not for 4-year-olds in the public system.
No, the originally drafted and introduced bill did, and we were excited about that due to its ability to create new slots in the state, and it now is pursuing that as a study, which we hope not to. We can skip that. As far as regional differences, I think just broadly, it was discussed yesterday that things such as property tax credits and rental rebate do have different amounts that are offered to folks depending on where they live in the state. Certainly just cost of care and general.
Property tax rebates have a regional,
Yes,
Senator McDonald is, no.
property tax credits.
Different.
They're
But they're
different
different
because your
because
tax rates are different, but there's no different tax rate because you live in Chittenden County. It's just what you pay.
Not a bad idea.
Yeah, oh, no,
Only the
Starting.
last one.
The only one we could come up with was the renter rebate, which really is a rental subsidy, and yes, rent cost, and that's gonna go into the study.
And see, okay, that's what I was going for, which is the, having a regional subsidy based off of what the labor market requires, what the cost of care is in different regions. It does vary.
Senator Bray.
I know we're about to move on. Do you have written testimony so I can read this offline?
Yeah, I can try to get it. I don't have written testimony as
Okay.
I try to get it
You
together.
can
And then,
send it to Jill when you get it put together.
Just to add though, we've listened to a lot of testimony. What I would really like to hear, if you're able to tell us, is what would you like us to do today?
well, I think, to be honest, I was hoping for more dialogue and discussion. We've had a lot of discussion around over the last few years around the vision, and we've been coming up short often on the conversation around how to pay for the vision. And so, I think we're hoping to have an open dialogue around how to pay for the vision that a lot of us want.
But do you have a recommendation as to what we could or should do today?
Yeah, so I think going back to my testimony, recommendations are, we're endorsing the legislation as drafted to have the component around repealing Act 138 in order to free up about
1 million.
3.18 million. And then there's that additional funding that the governor's found in
That's the
proposed
50 million.
about 50 million.
All
And then potentially postponing ultimate decision until it can be understood around income versus payroll, which is better suits your needs. And then
So
having.
is it your suggestion that we use that total of 31 plus 50 in order to begin to do some form of subsidization, but do nothing else that expends money beyond that until some discussion in the future?
You do have that in a future fiscal year, where you'll be at 190, and that also allows for some time in this legislative process to better understand these things. And then the other thing, back to my testimony around the payroll tax, is if you were to move forward with the payroll tax, our position would be that we'd want it to be split between the employer and the employee.
Thank you.
How about employees that make over a certain amount?
Well, as I understand it,
Or we could take off the social security cap. That's all.
I think what you're getting at with those suggestions is kind of the progressivity that you could accomplish with the income tax.
Well, I could accomplish it with all right.
Mix of both, maybe a little bit from income, a little bit from payroll.
Okay.
The last part of my testimony was just paid family leave, and wow, we're just
Well,
gonna.
if we use all the money, we can't do that, so you might as well just leave it out.
Well, we were gonna say that it's a judicious approach that we thought to getting at a benefit that the legislature has long pondered. We actually suggested a similar solution back in 2019 around funding childcare. From our perspective, it is just a efficient way of directing what would be a childcare subsidy to the parents for the early time of the child's life when they actually can't.
And how did you suggest paying for that?
Well, I think this would be in whatever mechanism this committee decides in the next few hours to go with. Would
And
be
if
already.
we decide to go on payroll tax for that, because you now want us to use the money that was going to that to get the childcare going without any funding source in the future. So where would we get the money? If all we've got is the money that's on there, the childcare and the governor's 49 million, and we need that to run a half a year, not a whole year, a half year of a childcare program till we could get a tax going. Where are we gonna do paid family leave from?
Well, as I understand, it's 90 million, so it'd be finding a deficit of about 8 million for the first fiscal year. And that was under the kind of, as the committee discussion unfolded, the assumption that there's gonna be a study already coming back within that first fiscal year to iron out other issues in the bill, at which time it could potentially bring back a solution around.
And if it comes in with a solution, will you support that solution?
We'd have to look at it at that time. I don't really necessarily sign a blank check while I'm the chair. But as I said, we also understand that you're likely to move forward with the payroll tax. And so while that's not necessarily, we would say of the payroll tax moving forward, we would like to see that, if that is the will of the committee in the next few hours, we would like to see that split between the employer and the employee.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you. I'm gonna do Seth because he's here, and then we'll do the scene. And then we are going to take probably a 15-minute break. And then we will sit down with folks. We have 2 other bills to do this afternoon, so we'll see where that goes. Welcome, and just ask you to introduce yourself for the record and who you represent.
Absolutely. Thank you. So for the record, my name is Seth Bowden. I'm the president of the Vermont Business Roundtable. And thank you, everyone, both in the room, currently watching, and also in the room. Yeah, everywhere now.
That is the camera.
Well, no, I realize that we're under time limited pressure here and trying to move things, and it sounds like there were a number of discussions that I think we already have answers to, or maybe, forward. So I'd just like to go on the record sort of with the roundtable's position. We've been a proponent of early care and learning and an early, education system for Vermont for over 2 decades. The members really feel that we want to continue to be at the table, partly because a large portion of our membership helped build the table. We have been advocates of this since 1999, and actually we came to it originally not from a workforce perspective. We originally came to this through childhood development. We're looking at the benefits for brain science. We're looking at the benefits of a lifetime of learning, and that's really what drew us in. We also recognize, though, that Vermont, faces a fairly significant workforce and demographic challenge. And that's, we have economically mobile Vermonters, future Vermonters, people who are looking to call our state home, and the considerations that they're making around childcare and around housing really is a significant barrier. It's a significant limit to their ability to be here and their ability to have the life that they, want and deserve. To that point, and I think that we've heard this, the benefits are going to accrue broadly. It's not just for business, it's for the state, it's for our communities, it's for our families, and most importantly, it's for our children. And I think that that's the position that the roundtable members have put forward and that we've held for a long time. So, to that point, we have a diversity of employers within the roundtable membership. We have about 100 CEO members of, mixed geography, size, industry, experience, et cetera. So there's a, pretty broad diversity of opinion in how best to fund and structure a system, but the principles of equity, sustainability, transparency, access, and competitiveness, I think, provide ample guardrails, that diversity of viewpoints can support. To that point, we support shared investments, and I think that we heard that earlier today. Employers, recognize that they have a role to play here. We're certainly not advocating for, not to be a part of this. But if we're going to create a comprehensive system and not a program, we believe that those benefits will accrue broadly, and that likewise the revenue should be raised similarly. So I don't need to rehash, the conversation that just happened, but certainly if the discussion, is going towards, is heading towards payroll, we believe that the most equitable and fair way of doing that would be shared, split between the employer and the employee, and certainly would encourage looking at, other options, whether that's income or other, for a study, recognizing that there are challenges in trying to get this legislation out today. We've also heard from, our members that there's a significant concern about creating another benefits cliff. You heard that from Ali earlier, and I know that that's been a hot topic of conversation. I think that, if you look at to your point earlier, Chair, sort of the algebraic equation, if you will, of how to fund all of these things. You have how many children can be covered, up to what percent FPL, and then what is the income cap that exists. And I think that, when we've had those discussions in the past, we would like to see the broadest number of children under the broadest swath of incomes be covered, because we believe that having this as widely distributed as possible and as many children and families covered as possible provides the greatest, benefit both to the economy and to those families and children. That leaves the variable of the cap. And I think that is something, as this legislation moves forward, we think that might be an area that could be explored. We realize that the goal of 10%, 10% family coverage is admirable. We also recognize that there's a fiscal constraint, and there's not unlimited resources. And so ultimately doing the most we can with the limited resources that we have, the position that we would have, I think, is to cover the most number of children, most number of families, through income. I think the last thing that, I want to make sure I cover here, because I recognize we kind of hit everything already, is to take a look. I think we were encouraged, the membership was encouraged about looking at the continuum of pre-K through 12 education and some of the ways we might be able to utilize existing resources and facilities. I know that that's been moved, stricken from language in this that is now being moved to study. I think that we would support that study, certainly as a creative way of a mixed delivery system. We don't want to move into something accidentally that has unintended consequences, but certainly, taking a look at existing resources and existing facilities is something that our membership has advocated for in the past. So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions, but, I guess to the larger point, if we were to move forward with the payroll tax, I think we would appreciate a split between the employer and the employee, and we would encourage looking at potentially a broader income opportunity as well. And I know that there are limitations with
It would have to be a 50-50 split, because I would assume, depending on your business, unless you required a young workforce, that a substantial number of your employees would never be able to benefit from this.
I think that my language was based upon the position that we had originally staked out in 2021 before this had, before the legislation had really been crafted. And I think that, our membership, both those who are very strong advocates and incredibly in favor of moving forward at a very high level of support, and those who maybe had concerns about the implementation, recognize that some sort of equitable split or a share of that investment, because the benefits would accrue so broadly across Vermont, would be the best way to move forward if we were to move forward with the payroll.
Okay. Any questions? Thank you. Thank you for bearing with us. Have we got okay, there he is. Welcome.
Hello. Yes, my name is Scene. Once you meet me, it'll ruin you for life. I think my parents just wanted to troll me forever, but
Turn your volume up a little bit. Our volume is way up. Can you turn yours?
I think mine is up about as high as it goes. Can you still hear me?
You want to use your outdoor voice, shit Scene.
Great. I don't mean to yell at you.
Fighting down a little bit in here, so I think we're okay.
All right. My name is Scene Larkin. I am a resident of South Burlington, and I am the CEO of OnLogic that employs quite a few families and people in Vermont. And I have followed this, and we have sponsored this bill for a very long time. And I think my simple message is either representing a voice from the community or the business community is that I know that there's stages in this bill that are being talked about, and I really appreciate everybody that is working on this, because it's so important. But I think the stance for me is, if we're going to do this, we need to be committed to do this and not half measures, in the sense of, if it's a payroll tax or whatever that cost, if we are going to create something that is going to fix the problem, which is the infrastructure, the teachers, and helping people pay for it, if we're going to fix the problem, so, taking a first step the first year and following through to the subsequent years, then we are for it. We will pay for it. And so I know that we're talking about mechanisms and things like that. It has to come from somewhere. I understand that. But saying, are we willing to pay for the cost of high quality childcare? Absolutely. But what I'm not interested in is the half measures to where let's raise a bunch of taxes that is going to stay there forever and we don't solve the problem. That, from the business community, I think would be very, very agitating, because then it just makes life harder for everybody. So I think we should commit to this and take it all the way. And then if we need to pay for it, if you're looking for somebody like, hey, we need a voice of just somebody saying that, hey, if this is a payroll tax, and if it does sit on the employers, right, the 0.47% or whatever, we're talking about, would they be willing to do that? If it fixes the problem and we move all the way through this, yes, because it is important. And there's so many wonderful benefits that we don't need to rehash that we get out of this. And if we have questions of what I think benefits we get, I can talk about that, but that would be the simplest part of my testimony as we're trying to figure out how this morphs or anything is just let's make sure that we solve the problem. And if it needs to raise costs, is the business world or the business community willing to pay it? Yes. Or at least that's my voice. Any questions?
I think Senator Ron Hinsdale has one.
Well, Sina, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but when we talk about solving the problem, what I recall from the testimony we had from the business community in economic development was that many have been trying to do their own childcare program or, you know, subsidized childcare programs, but there are not enough slots because there are not enough qualified and highly paid early childhood educators. So I just want to make sure we're on the same page that I think, if anything, this bill does accomplish solving that problem. We've heard a lot about should parents work or not, et cetera, but you now have a workforce that needs childcare and struggles to get it. They're not deciding whether or not they're going to participate in a job or the economy. And even if you've tried to put a childcare on your premises, you can't, because the people who go into that field are going to look for a high paying job elsewhere, or just simply find a different job because they're so disillusioned with their pay.
That is, yeah, you can put words in my mouth because it's true. I mean, we have had many testimonies and heard from many business. We even thought as we were building our new facility in Technology Park to have a childcare, and it doesn't matter because there isn't enough people to staff it because they can't afford to do that type of work. And so we need to be able to give them a livable wage and a career, not just, hey, let's make sure they eke by. People are not going to invest careers in that. You know, that they have a profession that they can be proud of because we need it. And business owners, we're really, really good at we're really good at making computers. We're not amazing. Like we would have to learn how to do childcare, you know, and that's, and we would do it out of necessity and desperation to make sure that our workers had an alternative. But this needs to be solved at the systematic, you know, the governmental approach level. And it needs to deal with the infrastructure of facilities, the wages of those workers and those opportunities for those workers. And then also those that have to pay for it, which is the families, like that 10%, to make sure it's not so egregious that it hurts them to want to do different activities during that time and have high quality childcare. And are we if we're going to solve those things, are we willing to pay for it? Yes. If we're going to do a half measure that's kind of like just doesn't do a whole lot, then no. Yeah.
All right, committee questions, Senator Gray.
Thanks for your testimony. I have a quick question. Is there a system whereby businesses that do provide either stipends or childcare on site are distinguished from those that do not? Have you ever thought about credits basically for those who are already either providing it or assisting their employees in obtaining childcare?
Yeah, the best that we could come up with is, I forget the technical name for it, but you know, giving different tax avenues for people to put parts of their payroll aside. That's, you know, you can pay for childcare before taxes. We provide that. If there is different tax credits, something that you're talking about that we could provide for, you know, team members, I am unaware of those. That'd be great if we could help in that way. But I think as far as I know, the levers that we can pull is either we develop a childcare system by in our own companies and try and staff it, which we can, or that one tax, you know, that before tax benefit. Other than that, I'm not aware of anything else.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, other questions? Okay, thank you very much. That is helpful. And committee, we are in break until 3 o'clock.
Or no, it's oh my God,
only 2:45.
Okay.
But I didn't push it a little hard yesterday, so.
Oh, I feel like we gained an
hour and
hour.
16 minutes. Because
Well, we started.
back and forth.
Okay.
Okay, I wanted to give. Tell us what little, it hasn't come up, and I think it probably will when Abby walks us through, but.
Hathaway.
Okay.
Shayla Livingston, Agency of Human Services. So in Janet's testimony earlier, you heard her say that we have concerns about work requirements. And it's not about the parental leave program, it's about CCFAP eligibility. Right now, we require work because that is a federal requirement in order to be a state to qualify for CCFAP. CCFAP is a block grant, and not having those work requirements risks that money. There's some questions about exactly how and why and when you could try to get through or work with them in order to get a waiver or other things. But right now, as it stands, we need to require work for the federal match.
And
that's for under a certain federal poverty level. We know that everybody above, I think it's 350, don't quote me exactly, there is no federal match, it's only for those.
Okay, but a work requirement for, did this come up in health and welfare?
Yes.
They still did it. Okay, but so that would definitely increase the cost, I think. No one,
We made no assumptions about loss of federal dollars without leaving here.
okay, that would be a big deal.
No, we didn't.
We didn't assume any federal dollars in the expansion.
Yeah,
I
no,
know about.
no,
Right,
but this is
but
the
it-
base.
it-
This is the underlying.
Yeah, if we don't,
Oh, right.
if we don't require
That's what I'm
a
getting
work,
Sorry.
then we lose the federal money. So that would be a big, okay, so
How
who's
much?
drafting this? Katie,
Katie's well aware of.
Katie's well here. Okay, if Katie can hear us, we will, there's Katie. When you're drafting for this, I assume, yeah, there'll be our amendments, because I've already been told they're gonna do a strike off across the way. I think we need to put the work requirement back in for CCFAP, because we can't afford to lose all the federal money. And that losing federal money hasn't been included in the numbers, right? that we do. Okay. Thank you for helping us get that. Very expensive. Okay, so Abby.
Like to make from the door.
Yeah. It's loud sometimes, because they are doing the budget. It gets really rowdy out there when they do the budget. Okay.
So for the record, that we some legislative councils, there is a draft 1.6 under my name, but I have sort of wanted to give you some background on the underlying bill first and walk you through what's being changed in the amendment. And also follow up on some of the testimony yesterday, just to clarify a few points. To start, I can go into as much detail as you'd like on the property tax exemption that's the S56. That is the only sort of tax piece that I would be working on.
Okay.
Would that work for you, Madam Chair, if I start with the property tax exemption? It's in the underlying, it's in the underlying bills introduced and in the health and welfare amendment. Right, so I can explain that briefly, and then that is being struck from the bill in the Senate Finance Amendment. So I just wanted to make clear what that property tax exemption was proposing to do. So it's a property tax exemption that's within would apply to both the state and the municipal property taxes. And the changes that are made are to the definition for homestead, and it creates an exemption that has two different parts. So it's actually a fairly complex exemption, and I'll try and keep it high level, but feel free to ask questions.
this is an exemption that's there, or they're putting in this exemption?
It was in the underlying, it was in the as introduced bill, and then health and welfare has that same language in their amendment. The amendment that is under my name today removes the exemption.
Okay, because I think Senator Kitchell spoke to that this was some of the things we were giving, but if we removed every child care home from property tax, we'd have to have the league in here, and that could have some major impacts.
Maybe I missed something, but I feel like I've been here. So that you're saying in the Senate Finance Amendment, we're striking this language.
Yes, it is removed from the bill. The property
Yeah.
tax exemption
This is
is
the first
not.
I've heard of that.
It is the first that has come up.
Okay. Sure.
It has been brought up by the appropriations people that this was money that was put into health childcare centers when we weren't funding them.
So are we taking testimony on why we're striking it?
We will.
So I can just explain quickly what the proposal was for the exemption. It would exempt $10,000 of property value. It's both for municipal and state, so towns would not have to make up the lost value on the grand list. There were two different provisions. So one was for a home-based childcare provider used to provide childcare services. And the exemption of $10,000 value would also apply to a center-based childcare provider when it is rented at 25% below fair market value. So it gets at renting spaces. And it gets very complex very quickly because there are different existing definitions of homesteads, and there are different classifications of properties. So when you have a different use of your homestead that's business or rental, it's classified
It's
differently.
very,
It's like-
you ask anyone that owns a B and B, and what part of your house is your, is your home, and what part is your business, gets very complicated and is source of complaint frequently. But no, we have not had time, but I can see where this would be quite complex.
It is, because there are different rules under existing statute for business use, which has a safe harbor, versus a rental use of a homestead. If any rental use kicks that portion that's used as a rental out of the homestead, so it becomes classified as not homestead. So the way that the language was drafted would exempt, irrespective of whether it's homestead or non-homestead, depending on the use. So it would apply to both a center-based childcare, and it would apply to home-based childcare providers.
Okay, right now, it's a $10,000 exemption
Yes, from their
of the
property.
value of the property.
Correct.
Just 10,000.
Yeah. I
Just
mean,
10,000 or like a $500,000 home. We're talking about just reducing the taxable value by 10. Doesn't sound like a lot of money.
I don't, that's what I'm saying, it's what? I'm just trying to think of what that would, it would depend on the individual town tax rates. But it would be, we'd have to have the listers in here and property valuation. It's just gonna take more time than we've got.
So what is in the amendment that's currently drafted, none of this property tax exemption language will be in the bill. That is being removed.
And it can be done in the other body, which hopefully will have more time.
Has there been an estimate on how much would cost us if it was stayed in there? And that's part of the reason why it was drawn. And do you have that estimate?
Yes,
Nolan has it, okay.
so the record, the whole 911 joint fiscal office. The JFO estimated it to be around $140,000 in the language of habit in fiscal year 25 to start.
So $120,000 divided up,
140,000.
140 divided up between all the childcare centers is,
It's kind of a nothing burger to begin with, so there's.
yeah, I mean, if we're gonna do something, we should. Yeah, for the complexity. Okay.
I'm just the first I'm hearing about it, but yeah, it doesn't
No,
sound
I
like
think
it's
it's the
working
first,
flexible.
I heard about it in the hall, somebody, maybe yesterday saying, there's a tax exemption. I said, okay. But we're trying to, next year we may get a request to raise more money because they're looking at the total cost of care, includes your taxes, your utilities, your rent. It's everything that goes into it. Right now, we're just raising the rates significantly, which right now they're paying property tax. But this would take away from your town's property tax and take away from the ed fund. Yeah.
So where my interest was originally on this would echo some of what we heard the chamber talk about is I'm very worried that if we start taxing to pay for childcare, I think of multiple entities, companies in my district that carve out space in their physical enterprises for childcare close to where mothers and fathers are working. And now if they have to pay this tax, they're going to be less inclined to continue to fund and support those, which is going to push more to childcare, close those services, decreasing the amount of capacity. So I'm more interested in a child tax credit for employers providing on-site childcare to go against what they would owe in an employer tax, but I guess that's not in this bill either. The ship has sailed, so to speak.
Do we, yeah, most of the employers are not, they may provide space. But the ones around here have all gotten out. I know St. Michael's, UVM, they've all closed. And it's because you just can't cover your costs, especially if you're in Chittenden County where you need to pay higher wages, like something above minimum wage. And so we're trying to get them up so they can afford to have one on site. And if they want to subsidize it, that's great too. But the tax commissioner already says he needs 15 people. I thought that went out with the day when we got a computer that didn't have to have every sales or, tax thing hand fed into it. But if we make it more complex, it'll get more complex and expensive. Okay, keep going. So that's not what's not in there.
That is what the draft 1.6 of this committee's draft amendment would remove from S56. What it then adds in instead is a repeal of the child tax credit and its statutory purpose. And I wanted to pause here because there was some discussion yesterday about the enactment of the child tax credit. Just wanted to be clear, it was enacted in the statute with no sunset. At one point, there was discussion about sunsetting.
This committee tried to sunset all the tax because we were concerned about an economic downturn and needing some of that money. We failed.
So it is currently in statute, so the language you see in the amendment would strike the statutory sections. One of those sections is the statutory purpose, because whenever, under Vermont statute, whenever a tax expenditure is enacted, there must be a corresponding statutory purpose also enacted into statute. So that statutory purpose is stated in section 5813 of Title 32. It says the purpose is to provide financial support to families with young children. So just wanted to clarify, it wasn't specifically geared towards childcare. It was for children 5 and under, because that's the age where the credit ends.
The rationale was that's
where
the expense was.
The actual language is simply expenses pertaining to
young children, not childcare specifically. So those are the two provisions that those are the two sections and subsections of statute that the amendment would repeal. And that would be effective retroactively to the start of this year. So tax year 23, which means next year, if this took effect, when individuals go to file, the child tax credit would not be available. Sections 15 and 16 are Damian Leonard's, my colleague, so I will just say just very briefly, section 15 creates the payroll tax that has been under discussion, and section 16 authorizes the Department of Taxes to hire 15 new classified employees, but I will let Damian go into more depth about those.
But we're gonna take all of them out. Right, this is what we're.
No, the
This
tax
is what's
department
being
is, has said that's what they need to stand this up in a year. But I've also been told that it's not unusual for a department of the administration to come in and say they will need a lot of employees and software.
Am I reading the wrong text? Is it, I'm here, but first, but by striking out sections 14 through 16.
Those were the property tax exemptions. So those are removed from S56, and the new language you see underlined is being added in.
Okay, and I missed that, and inserting a move there. I was looking for that and didn't find it. Okay, thank you.
I did just want to pause, well, I'll let Damian go into more depth about that.
Here's Damian, he has to hear.
It's actually all of the other provisions are really within Damian's
Okay.
purview, and there is the effective date in the third instance.
Okay, couple other things. I think we just found out we need to put the work requirement back in, and I don't know if that's adding it or striking the section that takes it out. But the testimony we had is that would cause us to lose all or part of the CC FLAP block grant. So they would in all probability still require people to work, and those that didn't would be fully paid by the state. So I think we're putting that back in, and I don't know who does that. That would be Katie? Okay, so Damian, you have as our you starting at was 15?
Yeah, so section 15 would add the new 32 VSA chapter 246, which is the child care and parental leave contribution. So it's established to provide support for state support of childcare and the parental leave benefit program established pursuant to the 33 VSA 2001, which is in the health and welfare draft. Covered wages are taxable wages up to the Social Security contribution and benefit base, which is about 160,000. I can't remember if it's 200 or 400, but it's just over 160,000. And then the definitions of employee and employer, so the folks that we're thinking of for purposes of this are based off of that. So an employee is someone who receives payments that would be subject to income tax withholding on wages. An employer is someone who employs one or more employees that is required to withhold income tax from wages pursuant to Vermont law. So basically, if you receive something that's subject, receive W-2 wages, you're an employee. If you pay W-2 wages, you're an employer. So that kind of sets us up for the rest of the discussion. The payroll tax is on employers. Employers are required to pay the contribution to the Department of Taxes as if they were Vermont income tax, including requirements relating to time and manner of payment. So it's a quarterly payment on the 25th of the month following the end of the calendar quarter. The contribution rate is left blank because that is going to depend on whether or not you repeal the child tax credit. So that amount would cover the full, either cover the full amount or the amount that's left over after the child tax credit's eliminated. The department would collect the contributions and be able to use the administrative and enforcement provisions of the income tax law to enforce it, except penalty and interest would apply according to Chapter 103. And this is based off of our healthcare assessment provisions for penalty and interest. So we're treating penalty and interest the same as we do for the healthcare assessment. And off the top of my head, I forget what Chapter 103 is, but it is, oh, it's the general allowance for the Department of Taxes. It's their general provisions governing interest and penalties. So
But that's all under present law.
second.
This
I'm
is,
sorry, what was that?
yeah, this is all, they're presently doing payroll taxes. But they're remitting them to the feds.
Yes.
And but it's all the same rules, and there's just gonna be an additional tweak that will be remitted to the state.
Right. So it is a payroll tax, which we don't really do currently in the state that I'm aware of, and I would stand to be corrected if I'm wrong on that. We have the healthcare assessment, and we have our income tax quarterly payments. And this is paid at the same time in the same manner as those. It's just on a different, slightly different tax base. So, and then, so employers are responsible for the full amount of anything that's unpaid. So, and this goes along with the tax being on the employer based on the payroll that's paid out. So if there are unpaid contributions, the tax department's not going to be going after the employee. They'll be going after the employer to collect those.
Okay.
So Section 10.554 sets up a special fund, which would be administered by the Department for Children and Families and the Department of Taxes. Tax could expend fund money for administration of the contribution, which essentially will pay ongoing staffing and IT costs. And then DCF can expend the money to support childcare and the parental leave benefit program. And then the fund would consist of the contributions plus any appropriations and any interest earned on the fund. And the departments would be allowed to seek and accept grants. For example, if there was a grant from the Gates Foundation to support parental leave benefits or something like that, they could seek grant funding. Section 16 in the bill creates 15 new permanent positions at the Department of Taxes. And our understanding from the department is that these positions are necessary to administer the new payroll tax. So it's 10 tax examiners, 8 for the Taxpayer Services Division, 2 for the Compliance Division, an additional 3 tax compliance officers for the Compliance Division, and then 1 full-time financial specialist, 3 with the Revenue Accounting and Returns Processing Division, and a business analyst.
Okay, and this was the request of the tax commissioner?
Yes, so this came from the
So
tax
there's been no
department.
testimony as to why he thinks all those, it would take that much, that many employees to collect a tax. It's pretty simple.
Yeah,
but
I can't speak
think
to that.
Approach will be battling that out with him, I think. Okay.
And then
May I ask a question before you move on?
Sure.
So I think you were just in the section where this might be relevant. One of the witnesses talked about a small business exception for the payroll tax with less than 10 employees. Does that factor into any of the current proposed language or anything that has been contemplated?
No, the definition of employer is any person who employs 1 or more employees.
And that is that the present definition for paying payroll taxes?
for purposes of this payroll tax.
But what about other payroll taxes?
Well, so,
Do they pay FICA if they're less than 10 employees?
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you're paying federal taxable wages, you're paying FICA on those wages, regardless of your size. And if you're paying W-2 wages here in Vermont, unless the withholding is such that you don't need to withhold anything for the employee because they know they won't have tax liability or something like that, you need to withhold and pay those taxes regardless of your size as an employer. So I'm not aware of a payroll or income tax, and Abby, I would turn to you to correct me if you can think of anything, but I'm not aware of a payroll or income tax in this state that has a small business exemption.
I'm shaking my head. That's correct.
You're shaking her?
I can't, yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't think so either.
So what is a small business exception of 10 employees or less usually used for in either tax policy or state policy?
So the 10 employees or less exemption is used for the requirements of the job protection for individuals who are taking parental or a family and medical leave in Vermont. So with parental leaves, it's actually parental leaves in particular right now. With parental leaves, if you employ fewer than 10 employees working an average of 30 hours a week. So if you employ 10 employees at 15 hours a week, you're exempt. But if you have 10 or more employees working an average of 30 hours a week, you're covered by the law and need to hold those employees' jobs for them if they take a covered leave.
And that's not changing.
No, this wouldn't change that at all. So you would still have small employers like which is about 78% or 80% of our employers employ 10 or fewer employees without getting to the number of hours per week those employees work. So about 78 to 80% of our employers are exempt from job protection. So if their employee gets pregnant and decides to take time off following the birth of the child, or they adopt a child and need to take time off, the employer can say, I'm sorry, I can't hold your position for you. And there's no legal obligation for the employer to do so unless they've entered into an employment contract that guarantees that job.
Okay, but if we exempt them from pay, we're exempting 80% of the businesses from pay. I'm assuming that would have a major financial impact.
It would. I can't speak to what the impact would be precisely, but if I remember right, that would be roughly 40 to 50% of the employees in the state work for small businesses. But we're talking W-2s, which is a little bit different. So I can't quantify what the
Right, but it would be a large
portion.
number of, yeah, it would be a big financial hit. We would have to charge remaining large employers a lot more. Okay.
Last question.
Yeah.
So Damien, thank you. That makes sense on the 10. The other thing that was raised was self-employment, self-employed individuals. Are they contributing to this?
No, currently the way this is written, there's no self-employment contribution. And that is different from FICA. So with FICA, there is a parallel self-employment tax. So if you don't earn W-2 wages, if you earn 1099 income, you pay the full employer and employee share on your 1099 income if you're an independent contractor or otherwise self-employed, depending on how you describe yourself. So there isn't a parallel here. It would take some changes to this to address the 1099 income, but we could certainly broaden this to self-employed individuals.
I guess my question is, how does CCFAP deal with self-employed? I have a feeling nobody here knows.
Well, I think Katie McLean is with us.
Katie's there, okay.
Yeah.
I am here. I heard this. Can you hear me? Great.
We're into self-employed who right now would not be paying a tax, payroll tax on themselves. But the question was, we just heard that you have to be working to get CCFAP. So you're going to be working to get this. How does CCFAP deal with the self-employed?
I heard this question come up earlier, so I reached out to the department to confirm. And families with parents who are self-employed may participate in CCFAP.
They do.
They may or they.
Well, you always participate, it's always your choice. I mean, if you use childcare, you'd be eligible for CCFAP.
But they pay in?
Do they pay in when you say they may use it?
Does that mean?
It means if they are financially eligible, falling within the range of the federal poverty level that is authorized, they may enroll in the CCFAP program.
But right now, there's no pay in to the
because they haven't.
CCFAP. It's a federal with state program, but there's no individual. We're setting up individual payroll tax to pay for this increased child care.
So it's a policy decision for us.
For us, and then perhaps a decision about the complexity of, but if they already have to pay FICA, and we're giving the tax department 50 new people. We can do it. If they want to object, it can come out later.
Right.
Okay, so let's write this so that self-employed will pay both shares. Or right now, there's only one share. I have a feeling there may be 2 shares before the bill comes out. Well, Joyce.
Yes, so we have, JAMPO has talked to the tax department about including self-employed income in the payroll tax for 866, the House Paid Family Leave Plan.
Okay.
And they required 2 years to set up the software, the mechanisms in order to be able to collect that tax from the self-employed. So there might be a year's delay before you could access the revenue from the self-employed. You should probably talk to the tax department again because, well, they might have a different answer this time, I don't know.
I'm trying to think, I'm looking at the clock and I got 2 more bills to do tonight. Is this worth doing? We could change it and let Probst hear from the tax department. I'm pretty sure Probst is going to hear. I was going to ask the tax department about the 15 employees, and they'll probably say 25 to do this. What is the pleasure of the committee? Do we want to just let it ride?
I think it's uniquely, if we've been silent on the decision before, it's uniquely our committee that could say, we believe, even if it takes 2 years, this would be the right thing to do. If they're benefiting, they should pay in. It's the first time we have a state payroll tax and it's going for something that they could benefit. It would be our decision that others could then argue about, but that we should make the decision.
Okay. So committee, self-employed, I'm seeing a yes, I'm seeing a lot of white faces. Okay, got 2, 3, Okay, self-employed are gonna get put in
Equal treatment.
equal treatment. Okay, is that? I'm looking at my grafters, counselors, is that gonna throw a major wrench in? We could start their tax in 2 years and start the program now, right? We just tell the tax department to.
So I would need to turn to JFO a bit on the numbers issue around how that might affect numbers if we start a tax on self-employment in 2 years and start a tax on employment income in 1 year.
Yes.
Okay, Joyce has got it.
So I inquired of the tax department this morning and they did a very rough, quick estimate of how much additional revenue could be raised. And my quick, rough estimate of how much the payroll tax would fall is if we're going from only W-2 wages with repeal of the CTC, that would be the 0.47% that Emily mentioned yesterday. And if we included the self-employment net income, this is the way it's usually presented, net income for self-employed, and repeal the CTC, that rate would drop 0.47 down to 0.42%. So it does matter for the tax rate.
I'm sorry, Joyce, could you say that again? I didn't quite hear you.
0.42% rather than 0.47%.
Right.
And that's a rough estimate, so that could change.
All right. So just from a drafting standpoint, it will require a rewrite to do that. And we're either going to be, we can essentially leave it as is for year one and then have a new couple of sections that take effect a year out. That would include the self-employed income. And then make the changes there. So it'll take a little bit to draft. But I don't know, what's your timeline at this point?
Well, if we can reach agreement tonight, we'll vote it when you get it drafted. And, you know, folks can be taking testimony on it in the meantime, once they know what we've done.
Say something, and if this makes it slower, then forget it. But, I mean, Bolio's the one who came in and said, why aren't you including self-employed people? He didn't necessarily raise that time that this specific provision would take 2 years. Even if it does, I feel like he could go in the future and say that. I would favor just drafting it so that it starts when everything else does, and we're not presupposing that it's gonna take them 2 years to do this. Because we didn't hear that.
And I'm quite sure that there's going to be an active discussion across the hall.
But if that changes the drafting timeline, then.
Yeah, just draft it as we're gonna do them, just add them in and let the tax department fight it out across the hall with their 15 new employees.
Okay.
Okay, let's continue. Okay, that's the 15, so we finished there. Okay, and those are appropriations.
Yep. So I think the 16 added the positions. The second instance of amendment adds a $6.5 million appropriation for Department of Taxes to implement the contribution. And then the third instance adds effective dates. And as I mentioned, we'll have to add a fifth paragraph here that says section 15A shall take effect on July 1, 2025 for the self-employment tax.
Okay, because that's when everything's taking effect, right?
So July 1, 2024 is when the child,
Tax credit, all right.
well,
No,
July 1, 2024 is when the the taxes on wages take effect. And then if it's a 2-year startup time for the self-employment, then it's July 1, 2025 for that. Does that make sense?
I would leave it all at 24 and let them go convince appropriations that they need 2 years.
Okay,
Because he didn't say that to us, and he's getting 15 or 16 people.
okay.
So let him figure it out.
So we can't hire them in the first place.
Well, that's also true. But he may find out he can do with 5. Okay. Other changes that have come up, this is what we're going to be voting on. We're gonna put in the change, Katie's there about putting back in the work requirement. We're still at a payroll tax and it is on the employer. We could do, right now, it is 100 on the employer, and I think the number is 4.47%.
With the self-employment income, it would be 0.42.
0.42,
We do 50-50.
okay.
Well, I would just, I mean, if you're looking for a, I mean, you know, I think putting the work requirement back in is understandable. I think that really, you know, we heard from a lot of businesses, like one or the other. Well, if it is for us, then, you know, then they should at least be working, et cetera. So if that is back in the bill, you know, I feel like it puts it squarely back in the value proposition for the business. I certainly wouldn't be willing to do 50-50, maybe like 25-75 or, but because now we're putting the work requirement back.
And technically, at some point, all employers will benefit from having their employees have childcare.
And they're gonna be probably scaling back their own subsidies that they were doing.
But many of those employees will never be in a position to use childcare because they're 60 years old, or they're 55 years old, or they're just not gonna have children.
It's late in the day, but this is a very important topic. I'm fine with going 25-75. I just would also think that we should look at other revenue sources that's not just payroll. Our schools are paid for from a variety, 3 different major sources that I'd support a little bit from income. Let's throw sports betting in there. Anything else we can come, so it's
Not
not
yet
just.
there's any sports betting in there.
Yeah, 75,
I would have a problem with sports betting supporting schools.
25, so just start.
So it'd be like 0.1 and like 0.2.
Okay, Abby?
Can I pipe in really quickly, just so you're aware?
What have we missed?
Well, just so you're aware, it does get, the tax treatment of contributions gets more complicated when you're splitting, so I just want you to be aware of that depending on if the employee is contributing, depending on whether they itemize or not, there's a different tax treatment. So part of it could be deductible, but that's only if the individual is itemizing, and then you have that self-deduction cap that applies to individuals. Otherwise, if they are taking the standard deduction, only the employer's contribution would be included in their income. So just to be aware, that would have a tax consequence if you're splitting it. Otherwise, if it's 100% employer paid, it is, the contribution portion would not be included in the employee's income. And then benefits, as you heard yesterday, would
Okay,
be
so
considered.
benefit would not be
contribution, so they're the two different levels. There's the contribution into of the tax. If it's
Yes.
partly falling on the employee, depending on whether they itemize or not, it changes their, whether it's included in taxable income or not. Benefits, because it's just for parental leave, it's not for disability leave, would be considered taxable income when they're receiving the benefit.
75% the employer pays would be
Oh,
taxable.
right now, it's just a benefit, so it's not taxable. But if we tax them to help pay for it, it then becomes, the benefit then becomes taxable, which will, once again, that was why, then once again, you'll hit the lower end employee. Well, okay, because right now that's $600 or $590 or whatever you get is a benefit that is not taxable. But if you contribute to it, then it becomes a taxable
For the employer's portion.
with the employer contributes to it.
So if the employer and the employer are contributing and the taxpayer takes the itemized deduction, only the employer's contributions will be included in the employee's taxable income. If the taxpayer is itemizing, all of the contributions will be included. But then they can take that.
Most taxpayers are up to fairly wealthy now with the doubling.
Most folks are probably under standard.
That your average employee is probably not doing itemized deducting, and if you do, you probably have a CPA to walk you through this.
And then they would be hit with the $10,000 state and local tax deduction as well.
I do like the all-in approach where everybody pays a little bit. I think 0.1% sounds reasonable. That's 25% of the 0.42%. But again, we need to move it up now.
I think, I would just say, I think the work requirement is a big win on this front, you know, it really, that's changing a significant piece of the bill in favor of this being a workforce bill.
Right.
And I feel like maybe that we can like.
This is not helping the welfare queen who's gonna run out and get a job so she can collect the benefit.
Who also doesn't exist.
Who also doesn't exist. I have never seen one.
Right.
But that is one of, it's like Paul Bunyan, it's part of the mythology.
The mythology, yes.
Okay, so as we stand then, it is a payroll tax, our number is 0.42. And that includes a tax on the self-employed. Okay, yes.
Maybe
I'm
Damien.
watching, no, I'm
Sorry.
watching you.
Damien may have caught this and I just didn't.
No,
as I
Damien
was taking
hasn't. It
notes,
might
but-
be easier if you sat over here, so you could see Damien and I could, we all know who's popping up.
My understanding is on the self-employed, it would be a mandatory tax, it would not be an elective tax in the way that age 66 is. So that was.
Age 66 is paid family leave?
Yes. The self-employed portion, that's an opt-in for self-employed, they can choose to pay the tax so that they can then take the benefit.
If I'm starting to wonder if with my antique business, if I'm self-employed, and am I going to be paying for childcare? Which you're, I have to pay FICA, but yeah,
I think the concern was that they're automatically benefiting, like I can draw it. But the paid family leave side was you're opting in on both fronts. You only benefit if you also pay in, because it's more like an insurance policy.
Right.
This is more of like a benefit, an entitlement because you are paying in. So
I guess the question is, no, the question was, right now we've said it's mandatory for self-employed people.
Right.
Self-employed people could be an 85-year-old guy that sells birdhouses,
Right.
all right?
Just like have your work.
Yeah, so do we want to say that this is an opt-in for the self-employed. So if you have a young person of childbearing age, they may think that it's worth paying in to have that option.
But can it work that way?
No, because that would say they are not eligible for CCFAP, right?
You can't make it an opt-in. You can't say you're only eligible if you, because it's a federal.
Well, the feds say you have to work. Be employed, you're employed by yourself chopping wood. But if you're 75 and chopping wood, you're probably not gonna wanna pay for childcare.
Right, but a lot of self-employed people are, do have kids.
You do contract work on computers is the big one.
Or you have grandkids, just like everybody else, so what I think would be unfair is the fact that we can't take them out of the pool that would benefit. So it wouldn't be that fair to say they don't have to pay in, but they can benefit. That's 0.05%, where they would be not paying in and everyone else is to pay more and they could benefit.
Well, not, if they didn't pay in, they couldn't benefit.
That's not true. CCFAP you can't opt out of receive the benefit. Based on your income.
So if they didn't pay in and they came to childcare, they would get CCFAP?
Currently, there's no screen for self-employed or not.
Okay, then they stay as.
Since we're compared to age 66, does age 66 split it 50/50 with the employer and the employee? So they do, so that's why you're already familiar with this topic. And it still seems to make some sense to do that, but.
Okay. That is the simplest.
But was there an issue with paid family leave where, is that section different in that they could opt in or not? And do we have to make a decision or no?
Deferring to Damien.
Damien has a lot going on.
I'm sorry, what was the question? Sorry, you may or may not be able to see the head bouncing.
It's extremely entertaining. I'll just speak for myself,
She is so good.
Yeah. But we can see how we have to sketch you up to speed, which is totally fine. So we've determined that you can't opt out of receiving the CCFAP benefit. It makes sense to link it to, you're gonna receive the benefit either way, we might as well determine that you should pay it, to be fair. With paid family leave, both sides are optional. If you it's an insurance program, so you're opting in to be part of the insurance pool to benefit. Do we need to do something with that?
If you're self-employed, you're opting in. If you're an employee, it's mandatory. So in H66, coverage for employees is mandatory. You either pay into the state program or the employer buys a private insurance plan. For self-employed, it's up to the self-employed individual. But it's with that one too, it's a little bit different too, because the benefit applies to more reasons. It's not just leave for the birth or adoption of a child.
Right.
It can include leave to care for an ailing parent or for your own personal injury, something like that. That's not covered by workers' compensation or something along those lines.
So if we went with Senator Kitchell's desire to keep this extremely simple, anyone who was working is able to fill out the form and get the benefit?
Yes.
Or right now, they would have to prove that they.
No, that's true. The paid family leave. You're not paying in for the family leave. PPP is the child care.
Right. I'm just wondering on the paid family leave side with this very simple construct.
I think you get paid family leave as long as you were working 30 days before delivery.
If it just self-employed count.
right now, the way it came out of health and welfare, self-employed is not included in that. So
In the family leave?
in the parental leave that you're looking at
Oh,
in this bill. So in paid family leave, you just have to show that you made contributions in 2 out of 4 calendar quarters, either in the prior calendar year or the last 4 calendar quarters.
That's age 66.
And that's age 66. And then your benefit is tied to how much you contributed, which is how they deal with the issue of people who maybe didn't make a lot and didn't contribute a lot. So, in this bill, if you're going to apply it to self-employed, to spread, I mean, there's 2 things to keep in mind. This tax funds both CCFAP and the parental leave. And CCFAP is open without respect to whether you're self-employed or employed by an employer.
Right.
The parental leave benefit right now is only eligible to employees, or only open to employees who've worked in the last 30 days. That could easily be tweaked to say, or, you know, has earned self-employment income in the last 30 days, something like that. That will certainly complicate the applications process, because the certification of employment is just an attestation from your employer. For a self-employed individual, they'll probably need to show proof of income. And I'm not the best qualified to talk about how you would do that, but you could either have them show paid invoices, bank statements, things like that. It's probably best left to rulemaking at DCF. But it does complicate the simple programs application process a little bit, but it does make it available to more Vermonters.
and the definition of self-employed. I sold a beautiful birdhouse I painted. It's the only thing I've sold all year. And my best friend bought it, so I now have income in 30 days. That could get,
I don't like the 30 days, so.
I know, but. So right now, self-employed are paying me in to get, because for CCFAP.
Yeah.
But it looks like it would get pretty complicated to have them in here.
I mean, it's, I don't know.
Parental.
Pretty complicated is the right term. I think it's just that it would be more complicated. Because there's additional administrative work. So it would increase the administrative load on DCF.
Okay, and who would do that work?
So the question is, right now in S56, as it passed out of health and welfare, the language provides that you have to show you have to basically show proof of employment in the last 30 days.
Right.
And that's right now, that's an attestation from an employer. So that's pretty low bar to meet.
Yeah.
Under this, you'd probably have to show some sort of self-employment revenue or income. And so there'll be some review of the documentation of income to make sure it's legitimate, et cetera.
Who would review that?
The DCF would be reviewing it to determine eligibility unless you took out the work requirement altogether. Which would, again, simplify it. So it's just that you had to show either we had a child born or we adopted a child. I mean, that would be the simplest there, is you provide basically a proof of birth or proof of adoption. But
Would it be easier for self-employed individuals to look at the last 4 quarters and be able to show that they made money over 2 of those quarters, so that the 2 quarters out of the last 4 makes sense again in this case?
There's a lot of self-employed artists, and sometimes there's other money. It's like being in the legislature, you have to have a spouse that supports your habit.
And they can look at their annual taxes, they'll have those, because they'll be looking at a whole year.
Yeah, I mean, you could say, shall submit proof of self-employment income within the past year, which could be a tax return. Or basically authorizing Department of Taxes to share their tax return. So,
That's probably as good as we're gonna get now. I'm sure the tax department might be able to refine that a little bit.
Okay, so we'll do it within the last, change that to with self-employment income within the last calendar or the last taxable year. Or last calendar year, because then you cover someone who has switched, who has recently moved to the state and become self-employed. So say they're a trailing spouse and now they're working as a self-employed consultant. And they weren't here last taxable year, or they could provide that proof of income from the past year tax return. But I can draft that. So it's, what's that?
Say in Vermont?
Yeah. So the way we have drafted it for H66 is we use the federal definition of net earnings from self-employment. Although in this case, I'll talk to Abby about whether it makes sense to just go back to the federal definition of self-employment income.
I'm just considering whether you want it limited to wages earned in Vermont or not. I think that bill looked at the federal definition, so that would look at federal standards.
Yes, well, so that bill used the federal definition, but then said earned in Vermont.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
But I can work with Abby to hammer out the language on this. It's going to take probably a little while for us to get all the
That's okay.
details hammered out.
We're going on to more. If you get this like tomorrow afternoon, we can vote it out first thing, if you can do that. No, yes?
Yeah, oh, definitely.
Okay.
That's easy. It'd be harder if you said we want it by 5:30.
Is there anything else? Oh, yeah, Randy?
Just a question, so I understand the larger perspective. What is the total amount of money estimated in H66 as well as this particular bill? Just to look at the totality, I look at this as, we know we have 50 million, we have 150 million we talked about, and then whatever else is left over based on what we raise here, coupled with what the estimate is that JFO has for H66. We know what that is?
Right, so the one pager that you received yesterday is still valid.
Okay.
It turns out that we did not realize that the self-employed were not eligible for the parental leave. So our estimate of the parental leave does include the self-employed already, which turns out to be a good thing.
Okay.
Okay, so that won't change. And I believe the other estimates remain valid.
Okay, and H66?
Sorry?
H66?
We're talking about S56.
Yeah, no, I think we're asking is if we do all of
If we
this,
do
how much
all of
money?
this stuff in terms of related issues, and I realize that in H66, there's some things that overlap what this revised bill does, I understand that. But do you have a total number of the best estimate for H66 as it passed the House?
Right, so I've, fiscal note that may or may not be posted. But the only thing that would be covered by this bill that's already in
The parental.
age 16.
You and Damien knows.
I'm just trying to get
Yeah.
a picture of what we're spending on social programs generally. And so
Right.
the two of those combined are relevant to my understanding of how much we're spending in this area.
Okay, fiscal note is up. Wow.
There's activity around the Montpelier High School, so we're supposed to stay away from Montpelier High School for the next hour or so.
Oh, well, that's where the little blue truck is going. As a former mayor, I should chase it. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. You got a pop-up or no email? Okay. You're looking for that? I think what's going to happen is that eventually both sides are gonna sit down and we're gonna just find out what we can afford and what we're gonna do. And that none of this, it is all loose concrete. And then the governor will get his day and then there'll be more days. Yes.
So we've been moving things in and out of categories, eligible, not eligible, opt in, opt out. So I would love to fill out, for me at least, keep track of what we've done, work with lead counsel that says, for people who are employed by a business, for people who are self-employed, parental leave benefit, for the CCFAP benefit, do you opt in, do you opt out? And because I don't have a very clear picture of the map of who's in by choice, by obligation.
No.
I think they're drafting all of them so that they are all mandatory. Because, and led by the fact that in the bottom left quadrant, CCFAP, or bottom right quadrant, CCFAP, self-employed, you automatically benefit. You automatically benefit, so then we made everything else relate to, okay, if you can already receive the benefit, then we should have you pay it, because there's no way to stop people from receiving that benefit because it's federal.
So for Senator Cummings, 75-year-old woodcutter, how is that?
Well, I guess everyone, whether they're self-employed or not, would be considered benefiting in the broadest sense. And then, that person might have grandkids or, a lot of.
Well, with the grandkids, with the parents, and the parents would likely be employed. I mean, I'm just, the nexus is feeling.
The snow plow.
It is feeling, there's a lot of, we are the second oldest state in the country, just on the education side. So I'm for this benefit.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out, I'm having trouble imagining the conversations I'm gonna have explaining why for so many people who live in the town I live in, they paid education all their life and they say, okay, I get it, my kids went, now I'm paying for the next generation. Now for adding another piece here, it's like, okay, if we want to say that, then we're gonna say that out loud and directly. Right now, it feels like we're sort of backing people into this.
Well, I guess, the question would be if you take the the non-self-employed and the self-employed category, we don't know that the non-self-employed are more, we don't have the data to say if there's more parents of children under 5 there than in the self-employed category, but both do benefit regardless of the policy decisions we make.
We are making it mandatory to pay the payroll tax because you do qualify for CCFAP. And we have also decided to make it mandatory, but you're paying the payroll tax. You're still eligible, but you're not paying extra.
No, since it's a more negligible part, you're going
to get the
right
paid family leave.
Yeah.
Right. Family, leave. But, okay, but you are going to pay in to help with childcare, self-employed. we will probably just contribute to Vermont's large underground economy. Which is there.
Right.
And anyone that doesn't want to pay child support benefits is in it.
I know it's late. It's just, I'm worried about dropping the 50-50 because the House came to that conclusion.
Wait, I thought we had the 50.
Oh, are we at the 50-50?
No, we didn't have the 50-50 because it changed all the tax. I thought, I mean, I don't know why you're looking at me, but I thought it changed all the tax.
I think I support the 50-50 because the House got there. I just wish we had more testimony.
I
to
thought, no,
understand
we
further.
dropped the splitting it because
Oh,
if
yeah.
they, oh, right, that's right, we did drop it because if they collected the family leave benefit, that was considered taxable income. So we would tax all of that.
The House had similar conversations and they had testimony.
They weren't doing family leave as a benefit. They are doing an insurance product where you get paid out of the whole, and it's not limited to, you can take the 3 weeks bed rest before delivery. This was a very simple.
But just like all in and having
I-
revenue sources coming from a variety of sources for something like this.
We can do it and make it taxable, but that then makes it much more complicated. It would have to go through the tax department than through DCF. This is a benefit and you're not contributing to it. You are contributing to the employer is. But I don't know how we would divide it out.
It is dividable, is it not?
I'm really confused. I understood that all of these benefits were taxable as, an income tax would apply to all these benefits. Is that gone?
Yeah.
You really went to go work on the language.
No, Abby was.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
good.
Oh, Abby, yeah.
We're running into,
So I'm very lost about this.
this testimony that was here before was that this was a benefit being paid by the state. It wasn't a benefit you were paying for. And as a benefit, because you didn't pay into it, it wasn't an insurance policy, that up to $600 a week was not taxable, which makes it a benefit. If we tax the employee to pay for any of this because they're just all going into the fund we're creating, then it becomes a taxable salary or taxable wages, which would be fine if that's what we want to do. If you were getting that in wages, you'd be paying taxes, which was the argument for only paying 90% of your wages. So, I mean, if you were getting your salary, but it then would put this into, I think, the tax department, wouldn't it, rather than DCF?
I'm confused.
Maybe not.
I'm very confused.
All right. I think DCF is administering this as a straight benefit.
Oh, no, I understand.
Okay.
I understand the explanation, but yesterday I was quite sure that I heard clearly that this was a benefit that would be taxed under the income tax.
I heard differently.
Yesterday. Yeah, is that right? Okay,
Yeah.
maybe I'm just.
Because the employee wasn't paying into it.
Right.
I mean, when Jane started this, she was looking at the child tax credit money in the 49 million to cover it and just tacking that on and telling us we had to raise everything else with it.
So in that case, the employee is gonna be much better off getting the $600, which is their average weekly wage, because they're not paying income tax and they're not paying payroll tax, the FICA tax.
Right.
They're gonna be much better off,
So-
much better.
So we make it a 50-50 and we tax it. But that would have to, I'm not sure if that would go through the tax.
I mean, I think if Abby's the authority, she felt like that would really, really complicate things. That's what I took away, like, I don't know.
Well, it would make it a taxable benefit. And when you file your income tax, you're going to have to file that you received
You would put it as income.
as income, which means DCF or somebody would have to issue you a W something,
It's a 1099-G.
a 1099-G, okay.
Yep.
So,
Which is a new bureaucratic layer.
The more complicated taxes aren't the more fair. I mean, so I feel like if we make it complicated, I also think we're making it more fair.
if there, it would eliminate the employer's concern that all of it was being put on them. It would, because it's hitting all employees, not just those that use it. I mean, yeah, everything is unfair. Some people benefit from one and some people benefit from another. So,
I feel like if we've lost the authority on the topic, it's really hard to change the decision we've made, because she raised several different concerns that I don't think we'll be able to recreate.
who?
Abby.
I think we got, I mean, this one was, we wanted to do the 50-50, which she said is fine, that's, you do it all the time. Or 20-30 or anything. But the minute the employee pays, again, pays for a benefit, then it becomes taxable wages and not a gift from the state. Jane set this up as a gift from the state. But we can set this as, you know, we can go back to the 50-50 or 25-75. And let the employer pay the tax. The employee would, if they got that in wages, they'd be paying the tax on it anyway, right?
But they wouldn't have a new form and a new item to declare.
Right. But that's, you're getting income, you'd have to, if you got paid to work that week, you'd have to.
But if you, okay, but if you all, if you're all paying in somehow, but you're not all getting the benefit, doesn't that still change your? It doesn't change anything for you?
Abby was saying that if you, the employee, contributes, the only way you can deduct that contribution is to itemize. And itemize, you subject to the $10,000 salt cap, right? You can only claim up to $10,000 state and local taxes.
And most people don't itemize now because the cap
But
is
it's
so
not that
high.
the state is paying for the benefit, the employer is paying for the benefit, if you take it all out of the employer, as opposed to splitting it between the employer and the employee.
But if you're the employee and you're paying in now, you can't deduct. You have to do something unique to deduct it.
If you're what?
If you're now,
Employee,
yeah, if you're now
the
paying
contribution.
the contribution.
The only way to deduct it is to itemize.
It's an itemized deduction.
Chair, would you
Which
like to-
most employees of moderate means don't do.
Right. So you're not able to realize the same deduction that the employer is, because the employer can deduct all of it.
Correct.
That's
I
important.
think we're between a rock and a hard place on this one.
The employee can deduct it if they elect to,
Maybe we
up
should
to that limit.
call it to question and vote on whether or not to do all employer or 50-50.
I do the McDonald's method. Thumbs up, thumbs.
Oh, okay. Maybe we should cut this baby in half. I think we should decide one way or the other.
To lay this out,
The press doesn't like that analogy.
if you have an employee contribution of whatever percentage, the employee can only deduct that contribution if they itemize. And for most employees, with the present federal tax reform until you get up. It's not worth saving all your bills and stuff to itemize.
Right.
So they're gonna pay in. The employer pays in. The employer, that's an automatic deduction because it's an employee benefit. He's paying it to the state. The employer is going to get the workforce, at least in theory, more available. The employee, I think we can assume that the majority of whom will never take this benefit will be paying in and will not get it deducted.
No.
So we're making it fairer in the 50-50 split, but we're making it maybe less fair for the employee. On the other hand, if the employer pays all, then the employee gets 12 free weeks for which they pay no taxes.
But we also determined that that's in some ways cheaper than childcare, which is the benefit.
It
that
is
they're paying for.
benefiting us because it fills that 6-week gap. And yes, we're paying more than $600 a week for infant care.
May I also remind you of Commissioner Berlio's testimony yesterday? He was talking about the incidence of a payroll tax. And most economists, I mean, one of them would say that even if the employer pays the entire tax, some of that is going to come out of the compensation.
Exactly.
Right,
Yeah.
for the employee, right?
Yes.
It's not like they're getting a free
Right,
benefit. Their
exactly.
wages or their fringe benefits or whatever.
Something is going to balance it.
Right.
Okay.
And can I make one last nuanced point? And I think this, somebody from Ledge Council said this, but I don't think it's fair to compare what we're doing in here to a 50-50 contemplation in the House, because that was contemplating 50-50 on a really far-ranging insurance program that allowed employees to be able to take bereavement, military leave, personal medical leave for a family member. They have a very broad paid family medical leave program that's much bigger than I have a child and now we all have a social contract to try and help me not slip into poverty, to give this child a head start and get them into childcare.
This is a bill in and of itself. It is totally disconnected from
There's
any
huge,
bill.
huge proposal.
Well, one thing
And
with
we
the
will,
connection-
at some point, knock them all out based on how much money we have.
But the connection, and that's why I asked the question of what is the value of 866? Because certainly in my decision, part of it is based on what's the total amount that it is likely that we're going to be spending as a state. And so
Well,
that's relevant to
We
me.
won't know,
Well, at least have that
I heard
idea, at least the best
156
information that we have
million.
right now, we know what 866 is going to cost.
I had heard 156, but that may just be a rumor.
But that includes the startup costs, which
Yeah.
are quite substantial.
Yeah, understood.
Sorry. The cost of benefits alone in today's dollars are $79.5 million.
Plus the overhead cost.
That's the benefit cost. Just the cost of paying out benefits
Okay,
for the various kinds of leave.
that's
And
the
as
cost
a-
of paying out benefits, but not the cost of benefits. Is that what you mean?
I'm sorry, that is the cost of benefits.
Okay,
And on top of that would be administrative costs.
and that
So
would
it
be
gets up to be 96 something million, I believe.
96 million?
I believe so. I'm not finding that number, but I believe so. But the important thing to note is that parental leave is more loose in that bill because both parents can take up to 12 weeks of parental leave. So it is a bigger benefit and it accounts, I wish I could find the numbers, it accounts for something like 40 to 50% of the cost of benefits. It's a very large portion of the cost of benefits. So
That gives me at least an idea of
Yeah.
the scope that we're talking about. Thank you.
I completely get that this is different than H66. I just highlighted it because it came up in conversation. I expect them to have taken testimony. And I'm fine with calling this question just to move on. I see both the employers and the employees as benefiting from expanded childcare services because employees need to go to the hospital. They need to have nurses that can work while their kids are being cared for. So I see a shared benefit, and that's my previous argument where I want to see all in. And that's where I see the benefit of
Okay.
the 50-50.
So the question now is, do we go with a split? Or do we have it, just have the employer pay and then this is an untaxed benefit, we understand?
Or a deductible
Or
benefit,
deduct-
fully deductible by the employer.
Oh, yeah, the employer gets to deduct it. The employee may or may not pay taxes on it. I guess maybe they will. Okay, so I guess I'll do a thumbs up for a split. Okay, I've got 1 thumbs up, 2, 3.
Where's Bray?
Okay. I'm gonna do 4.
Okay.
Okay,
So we're splitting the payroll tax 50-50?
that hasn't been decided, we just
Nope.
decided split. What's the split? I think because
Okay.
so many people won't use that benefit, that I'd like to see less on the employer side, employee side, yes. So a 75-25, that work? All right,
The other part.
Does that mean 0.1?
Yeah.
5?
whatever, you got the 0.47, 25%, you're beyond my calculation ability.
0.105, which is sort of unrated, but.
Could we just say
Round it.
0.1 versus 0.32?
No.
Yeah, fine,
Vote for that.
something that approximates, that
Close enough, I got the board.
doable number.
Can I ask a
Okay.
question?
Other items, Damien, yes.
Yeah, so if you're, there are a couple different ways we can do the split. We can do a mandatory. The employer shall pay 75% of the tax on the amount of the employee's payroll and may withhold and deduct, and shall withhold and deduct 25%. Or you can do shall deduct and withhold up not more than 25%. What that means is that employers can decide if they want to pay the full boat for their
Oh,
employees or they want to deduct and withhold
Okay.
it.
That's
So-
good,
It's nice.
all right, yeah.
Okay. I will put
Works.
that, the not more than language in.
Yeah.
And we're at 75-25, right?
Okay.
Joyce.
Okay,
I
so,
don't know.
so that means.
Joyce, you gotta sit down here and see.
So that
No,
means
stay there, just.
75%, 25% goes into the statute, not the 0.1 and the 0.32, right? Because as the rate changes.
Right,
you
it's
would
75,
want-
yes. Right, because we may come back with who knows next year. Okay. Anything else we have not covered in this? Katie, Damien, anybody, is there any other point of contention? Let me check my notes. We're okay with the third party. Good.
And we're tomorrow, just over the final language, is that what you said?
We will vote this out. I intend to meet a half hour after we get off the floor. We still have 2 more bills tonight.
Would anybody like my daughter to go and buy us pizza at Positive Pop and bring it back to us? Yes, so yeah.
Probably, before you think that they're
No, I'm probably gonna eat at home. We kind of have a home to go to.
I have a couple pieces.
Okay, we have, all right, you guys have got what you need to draft. And you can bring it back to us. And then I'm gonna see if I still have witnesses on my next 2.
Oh, if we're done, I mean, we might be done soon because Vermont saves is not my children.
Let's, is Eric still available?
It's on the floor.
Okay, yeah, I've got Eric, or how about Treasurer Peach?
Someone else from the treasurer's office is gonna testify.
Okay, why don't, see if they can run over and then we'll give Eric more time on the floor. And we'll let the treasurer's office go home.
Really try not to talk this much, it's just a very important issue, so I hope you could solve it.
Trust me, it will be back. Sorry to see the top. Yes. No, we have other bills you guys have done, I think. Have we got any more news on the incident about Montreal High School? Ball game?
Tom, do you have any more information on Montpelier High School?
So another note just came out, just a few minutes ago.
You two shouldn't sit together. Causing trouble over there.
Does the chair ever like change? Has that happened in your experience where like you relocate senators because you're too disruptive?
Like elementary school.
Being too much.
Another report? No, I haven't seen an update.
Yeah, I don't see one.
This, I just got a new one, but it's the same message.
In the front of Montpelier High School.
Yeah.
Oh, motor vehicle accident.
Okay.
Let's hope they didn't hit a kid, because the kid used to hang out in the morning. And they would be all congregated over in front of the credit union, just right out in front of you. Not look, just step right out.
Yeah.
So we're probably on about a 5-minute break while we.
They're in the building, they'll be right now.
Okay, they are in the building.
Do you think we'll be here past 6 p.m.? It's fine if so.
It depends on how good you are. I've got two simple
What
little
are the two
bills.
bills? What are the?
This is the treasurer, so everybody in economic development has seen it. It's a 401k, all employers have to offer to their employees. And
Voluntary option.
yeah, employees can opt out, the employers don't have to pay in anything. This is one that started with Beth Pierce, because I think her figure was like 80% of Vermonters had no retirement savings. And so this, you would start out having 5% taken out, but you can change that or you can opt out. It's a Roth IRA, so if you need it to pay medical bills or buy a house, you can get the money out without penalty.
Your principal.
Right, yeah, the
So
principal.
Your earnings that are
And put it
taxed at that point.
So
We're not,
I'm not sure why it's here.
we're not hitting the taxpayers up.
I think that they put it here, and I don't really know that it belongs here, is that there's that $30 fee that's
Oh,
charged
that's right.
to the employee who elects to participate in the voluntary plan.
I thought it was $30 to the employer.
No,
But
no,
we'll
no.
start,
Well,
let
you
me
were doing it
figure
for
it out.
the
There
employee
is
per
gonna
account.
be
Right.
to help defray the costs. I mean, because the treasurer's office is going to be managing this like a pension fund. I mean, they're gonna be investing it in
They're gonna either be investing in it, or more than likely, they're gonna be hiring a third party,
party.
mutual fund company or somebody, or
Well, they already,
multiple
he
ones.
already said he thought we should join with Washington or Oregon, some
Interesting.
other to pool our money and,
Yeah, I've heard that too.
okay.
Doesn't make me feel good, frankly.
No.
To be dependent upon some other states and companies,
But-
depend on our own.
But it was fine.
No, don't be sorry. I'm sorry to keep you here. Take this chair.
The treasurer's here.
The treasurer is
The
here.
treasurer. She's a governor's plan.
Treasurer himself.
The treasurer is here. We all stand.
Oh, sorry, guys, this is a.
That's not the treasurer, that's the secretary.
Phone calls. I don't.
What's the other bill?
I don't.
The other bill is general judicial, miscellaneous judiciary proceedings. They are dropping the fee in small claims court from $250 to $90.
So that should be fast.
That's, unless you want to say you think it should be more expensive, you will do it small claims court. It probably should be fast.
Small claims court to stand in line and wait a year.
You got it. and pay $250 to lose and a $200 claim. So anyway, and it's only gonna hit the judiciary. Okay, it is 5 o'clock. And we need to finish up and go home. So if treasurer, you wanna just explain what this is, if you're not sure why it's here?
Okay.
$30.
Yeah. I didn't think I'd be seeing it again, but some of us have seen it. Actually, 2 of the people who haven't seen it before are not here.
Oh, true.
But they like it.
Well, I'll give a brief rendition then. So Vermont Saves, just to back up and talk about the problem that it's trying to solve. You know, a significant portion of Americans don't have enough for retirement. We sort of know that people are anxious about retirement. But when you're talking about individuals that don't have access to a 401k or a workplace retirement, that number grows exponentially. Like 95% of people that don't have access to a workplace retirement plan are not saving for retirement. When you look at those numbers for Vermont, the percentage is like 40 to 44% don't have access to a 401k or other kind of workplace retirement. So it's 88,000 to
I don't have a
104,000.
Okay.
Come on, you.
It's all good.
Use your best judgment.
Yeah. Actually, they're kind of in there. So 40, so 88,000 to 104,000 Vermonters don't have a vehicle to save for retirement through the workplace. And we know that if they're not having a vehicle, then they're just not saving for retirement. So they get to retirement, they're highly dependent on state benefits, federal benefits. It's cost to the state down the long run when they need to access those services. So Vermont Saves would supply a Roth IRA. It's an auto IRA program. So an employer that doesn't provide workplace retirement would be required to sign up. There's no cost to the employer, but they're required to sign up and have their employees decide if they want to opt out. So they're automatically opted in unless they make the affirmative decision to opt out. In the other states, there's about 12 or 14 other states that move forward with a similar program. In those states that are on the early side and they've executed on this and they have a couple of years under their belts, like 70 to 75% of employees stay in the program initially and on an ongoing basis as well. So it's been met with success in terms of framing it and structuring it this way as an opt-out. So that is what this proposal would do. It's funded by the investments that are in the Roth IRAs. So it's not, doesn't require a tax, doesn't require a cost from the employer, doesn't require state resources, except for the initial state resources to get it off and running as an initial one-time appropriation. If we get similar success like the other states, 50, 60,000 Vermonters would be participating now in a retirement vehicle that they are not participating in now. They could go out and set it up themselves, but they don't know where, they don't know where to turn. They don't know how to get it established for themselves. This would do it automatically for them, have a payroll deduction automatically. And the other great thing that we try to set people up for success on is in 2027, the federal government will be rolling out a revised Savers Credit, which is a fully redeemable tax credit. So if you're a lower wage income earner and you're saving for retirement, then you're going to be eligible for up to $2,000 directly from the federal government into your qualified retirement account. So that's annually $2,000 every year in combination with what you're investing yourselves. So that really could be transformational for people as they get closer to retirement. And even if they don't save enough in Vermont Saves to, be fully independent in retirement, if it allows somebody to take Social Security at 63 instead of 62, that's 7 to 8% more for the rest of their lives that they'll get from Social Security. And every single year up to 67, the same thing is true. So even if for some people that are closer to retirement, it just allows them to delay that, it will still have a significant beneficial impact on them for their retirement. So we're really excited about it in terms of a policy that is really a win all the way around, a win for the employers that get to now provide a benefit at no cost to themselves, a win for the employees who are building up their own retirement, having a more secure and dignified retirement. The state of Vermont, who will now have less pressure in the long run on its budget in terms of individuals relying on social programs. And then for the economy, the people just have more money to save in retirement with more discretionary income. So yeah, that's an overview. And we're very pleased that Senator Ram Hinsdale, Senator Brock, and Senator Cummings and the entire Economic Development Committee were very supportive of this proposal and think it's just really good policy.
So that's that. That's it. I'm for it.
Compelled to speak, so it's speaking a lot today. Treasurer Pichak, thanks for coming. Yeah, it's a great program. Sorry if I missed this when if I wasn't in the room. Can you just describe for me what the opt-out process will look like for the average employee? What would they have to do to know
Yeah, for
for
sure.
sure to do this?
So in the other states, and I think we'll try to mimic their framework, is that when the program starts or when somebody gets hired, they'd have 30 days to tell their employer, I want to opt out of Vermont Saves. If they don't opt out, they don't affirmatively tell their employer, then their Roth IRA would automatically be set up for them, and payroll deductions starting at 5% of their paycheck would automatically be set up for them as well. So
they can lower that. They can go to like
they could lower, they could increase it. The way it's set up is that it starts at 5%, and then every year it goes up 1% to a cap of 8. The other thing that I think is important too is because it's a Roth IRA, say they put in $1,000, say that the first year they were in the program $1,000, and then they said, well, where did that $1,000 go? I mean, they could grab it without any tax or penalty. They couldn't take the money that they earned, but they could take it out. So it secondarily serves as a emergency savings account, which I think is also great.
Roth IRAs make sense. Great. Why do we have it?
You say it goes up 5%, it goes from 6% or 5?
Goes from
1%,
5%. Goes from 5% to 6%, 7, and then caps at 8%. So it goes up 1% per year is if you just default into the default settings.
But you can change.
You can change
at
it.
any time,
Yeah.
down to nothing for that matter.
Yeah,
that's right.
You mentioned there are other states that do. What percentage of people in the other states stay with the program, and what percentage, or about?
Yeah.
Is it common that people stay with the program?
Yeah, I mean, it is, the numbers are like 73% of people they remain opted into the program. And then when you're looking at like year over year, I think the numbers we heard are like in the 90s, like people that are staying in the program are extraordinarily.
There's very few people who choose not.
Yeah, so there's no buyer's remorse in that sense, yeah. And I think there'll be even less buyer's remorse once you start seeing in 2027, the opportunity to get $2,000 match from the federal government.
I think it's amazing, some of the very important decisions that people make very casually.
Yeah.
You know, it's like someone says, yeah, we're setting up an IRA. Yeah, that's okay. I'll stay with it. But as opposed to, gee, I'm not going to stay young forever. I ought to start doing something.
Right. People often at a young age don't appreciate compound interest unless someone speaks to it and explains it to you. And as I've just talked to constituents about this coming, since we've had time with it in committee, many people have said, I wish I understood compound interest when I was younger. And this kind of forces the question, even if they say, now I get it, but I don't want to do it. That's fewer people than say, oh, I'm glad this is available to me in a very convenient way because I wouldn't do it otherwise, but I see that then I'll have over $100,000 in savings when I retire as opposed to nothing.
That's a great point, Senator.
There's also, young folks don't understand interest in pay.
Well, we're talking about if it's taught in school, you know.
They don't
Right.
understand interest that you get. And then there's
Right.
also interest that you pay. And if you're doing the one as opposed to the other.
Right, yes.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
As I mentioned, lottery tickets are my speculative investment portion.
I think we can vote. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's up to you.
Sure. I agree. Yes, we can wait to share.
Well, we probably would need
We're gonna have lunch council in on Friday, but
about this. Gosh. It's like, it's not on the schedule, is that? Is that
it was a
correct?
later edition.
Okay.
That was gonna be
Discussion and possible vote, is what the agenda says.
For today.
Does this need to go to approach too? Because if so, it's
Yes.
gotta go, oh, then we gotta get it out
Yeah,
today.
that's
Yeah.
an approach.
So we have to vote today. Go ahead.
So, Mr. Vice Chair, want a motion? I think we should pass this bill.
So we can pass it today. We don't need to keep the treasurer. We can still ask to pass it today without.
So it goes up. This year, 20%, next year, less than that.
Yeah, I think that's right, 20%, yeah, exactly. I mean, the number is 1%, but it's an increase of, from 5% to 6%, yeah.
Which is a 20%.
Yeah. And the idea there, Senator, is that as somebody hopefully is getting an increase in their wages year over year, that they're able to, see that go into their Roth IRA without it impacting their paycheck, and sort of that benefit of having that automatic payroll deduction.
It's healthy to try and.
Yeah.
8%.
So there's in the other states, and we want to follow suit with them, there are two vendors. So we have to do an RFP, but there's a vendor that works with the employers to get them set up and get the payroll set up. Then and they get the Roth IRA established. And then there's an investment entity. Fidelity or State Street are examples other states have used. So somebody that can provide a suite of straightforward investment products that are usually a pooled investment product of some sort, like are you 10 years from retirement, are you 20 years, are you 30 years, are you 40 years from retirement?
Commonly available with Vanguard, Fidelity, Schwab.
You're saying Roth?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Roth. I think it's the name of
It's a
the.
Roth, it's a pool IRA.
I didn't know if that's what you were saying. or-
Yeah, Roth, yeah.
It's mishearing.
As opposed to conventional IRA, in which you put in after-tax money.
Wow, you probably have other places to
Well, the agenda was appropriately titled discussion if possible.
be.
But
I know. Yeah, I don't think we can wait till.
So where did Tom go to get Ann?
I think he went to look for,
He walked out, he walked out as though on a mission, just a body language.
That's dedication, sticking around
Yeah.
to see if we can get this out.
He's cultivated or always exudes being on a mission.
Yeah.
That's good. Any other bills today, testimony?
Some kind of small claims court fee. Seems very small.
We did a whole lot of the child care, taking off, leave for caring for your own kids.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Did I miss anything exciting?
We passed 3 bills, man.
Passed 3 bills.
We tried to pass this one.
The treasurer is presented.
So why do we have it?
Because it was said here.
I think it's a $30 fee.
Is it $30 fee?
Church tries
Okay, that's
to-
what I thought.
Yeah.
I thought you meant why aren't we done with it? So that's a great
No,
question.
actually, the new game plan is they are trying to get a drafter and they would like us to stay and vote out the family, the childcare bill, because we have to get it to Jane, and if we don't vote it out till tomorrow, she doesn't get it till
Okay.
Friday, even if we can suspend the rules. And so,
we do need dinner.
yes, so we're here.
Okay.
And
There's
the
3.
phones are calling. Damien, I think, is in his office and probably has it done, but
Oh, okay.
we're,
Well,
well,
rather than go out for dinner and come back.
no,
We
we're
should
gonna
wait.
stay. I am of the
Yeah.
old
Oh,
school.
I
We
meant
do
right
not feed you. Where did he go? He isn't picking
I
up.
thought he went out looking for you.
I was in the room next door.
I think
Okay,
he's down at Pro Tem's office looking for you.
But can we vote this out?
I think we can.
That'd be nice.
And I think we can vote the next one out. Did you all get your questions answered? Some of us had the opportunity in the morning. I have a quorum. I would love a motion
I've already made the motion.
You made the motion.
And the vice chair. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank
Defer
you.
to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Not necessary. Unless it's a big bill, then I don't think you might defer to me. I got all in over the pro tem. You know, the principal's office calls, you go. Okay, you got your voting sheet. You're ready to go. All right. So I have a motion to, where am I? Approve S-130.
Oh, I made the motion, yes.
To approve S-135 as presented. Timing. Has anyone seen Senator Gray?
Do we look for him?
No, I want you to see. Okay. Further discussion. We have a motion to approve S-135, the Vermont Saves Bill. All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. That carries 601. Who would like to present that one?
Well, I've got the bill itself.
Okay, so you might, yeah,
Great, thank you.
we're really hard one. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the
Well,
committee's
thank
time.
you for
Appreciate it.
waiting
Yeah.
for us.
Good luck with the rest of the work today.
Well, the next one should be equally easy, which is Eric.
Oh,
Okay, Eric Fitzpatrick is on the floor. That would let the treasurer go earlier, since Eric's here anyway. And he will be right down and we will do that. Yeah, because of the notice calendar, they want to get that over. We ended.
Those blue, did you want?
yeah. That
Oh,
was it.
yeah. We have a bill.
Yeah. And we're gonna have another one.
We're gonna have another one.
And two more.
Okay, we hopefully will have two more.
Yeah.
Oh, because the calendar won't lose the bill to their possession if we do it tomorrow.
And Jane is a little upset about what we've done, but well, it's just that list.
Yeah. Maybe the
Like what we've
But
done.
anyway, we have one.
What have we done?
I thought probably the one
As
year
soon as we
look back
get
first.
Much counsel down from the floor, we will have two. And as soon as we get something drafted on childcare, we will have three. And we are not eating or going home until we do that. You do not know, the end of the session, they don't give you dinner breaks. The only food is the candy on the secretary's desk.
We got two pizzas on.
John, if there are any other bills in
It's
other
pregnant.
committees that haven't been acted upon, send them here. We'll vote them out tonight.
That's right.
Yeah. May I ask, I guess two things, I need Senator Brock's signature on this. And then, what's the other bill in the middle? Do we know what number? that is?
Judicial S-33,
Oh, yes.
miscellaneous judiciary procedures. I don't think we're gonna, what you told me is true, and they're just dropping the cost of a small claims court.
They're raising the jurisdiction from 5,000 to 10,000, which means that those cases that have that amount of money, the filing fee will go from $295 to $90, which then affects the revenues, which may be $200 or maybe $10,000, but it's not very large.
It's the judiciary's revenue.
Maybe we can vote it out based on our explanation.
So moved.
That's why I came here, which is because it does change group, what their fee will be incurred, which will affect the revenues.
But I think if
We have
if
no
you've
idea
got a
how
small
much, but not
claim, it's
very
a
much.
$295 filing fee can leave
Yeah,
people out. That's
It's
the feeling.
more affordable.
Well, that's a big
Couple
question. We're not the last committee meeting. Is the clerk still?
House is still.
No, Jane was loose, so I don't know if she's still meeting. They may, I don't know what they're doing, but we'll get this one out and then we can go home. No, everybody's looking. We could just open the door.
That's true. Stay live or stay live or meter?
We can go into recess. Okay. We recess for 10 minutes. We can just finish the thing. Doors open.
I was wondering, I'm like, was there something in that miscellaneous bill? But I thought it could either be the small claims limit maybe, or or if there's a technical change to the sheriff's fees, it doesn't change anything.
We didn't hear about sheriff's fees.
Those are the only two things I could think of.
Okay, the secretary did say that you were raising the small claims and lowering.
Sorry,
From
increasing.
295 to 95, right? Something
Well,
like
they're increasing, the fee will be lowered for a certain class of case, for a certain number of cases because of the increase in the small claims jurisdiction amount. So in other words, if you think about it, right now, you can bring a case in small claims if your damages are a maximum of $5,000, right? If it's 5,001 or anything above, you have to bring it in the Superior Court. The filing fee in the Superior Court is $295. Filing fee in small claims is only 90. So since the proposal is to raise the jurisdictional limit in small claims from $5,000 to $10,000, that means a case now, let's say you had $7,500 worth of damages. Right now, you'd have to bring that case in the Superior Court and file a filing fee of $295. If this bill passes, you could bring in small claims court and file only a filing fee of $95 or 90 or 95. So that's where there might be some, it's only that
You're
range.
not changing the fee in
Correct.
small claims. All right, he said you were changing the fee from you're allowing more cases to go to small claims where
Yes.
the cost is less.
Correct.
Therefore, okay.
There will be some.
You're leaving?
It's probably a pretty negligible amount.
Thank you.
You never know what we're gonna do to the bill.
Well, it's gonna come to me next.
Okay, yeah, have a safe drive home.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, look at the contingents here.
Yeah, it's out there.
Still meeting.
We're waiting for a draft so we can vote out the child care bill. I don't know if they found a drafter.
That's what I did.
Or I think Damien can get it done. Yeah.
You're voting on it tomorrow.
Are you not? We're trying to vote on it today so that Jane will have it. Otherwise, it ends up on the notice calendar on Thursday.
I'm gonna text everybody, make sure, I'm not sure that they,
No, we were gonna vote it out tomorrow until Jane and the pro tem got there. So there's pizza.
Should I bring transportation?
No, we're fine. This is a motivator.
Yeah.
So right now, we're voting out the miscellaneous judiciary bill.
I'm sorry, I interrupted.
I moved this bill.
Okay, Senator Rahm Hinsdale, it's moved that we report S 135.
No, it's S33.
The other one, S 33 favorably. To further discussion, oh, where's my clerk? And we went to change it, it was barn closed. Yeah, you can stand in. We'll get your vote.
Page 33, you read it. Page 33, have you read the bill? That's 33. Yeah, I haven't either.
It's on page, I don't know if you guys have the draft 3.1 you're looking at, the Senate Judiciary Committee amendment.
Yeah.
That's 33.
Yeah.
We have a motion to approve. The only thing really in our jurisdiction is they're putting more cases eligible for small claims, which means the fee will be 90 rather than 295. So there could be a decline in some revenue for the judiciary.
Amendment by judiciary.
Yep.
Draft
3.1, exactly. And the changes on page 5, bottom of page 5.
Thank you.
Over on to page 6, it's section 9.
Okay, so I have a motion.
There's cheese and a Vermonter.
Ooh, now what's a Vermonter?
I don't know, but I had Vermont today.
Probably
Maple syrup?
It's got maple syrup on it, a few horse chestnuts. Yeah, I'm real Chesapeake. We're waiting for 7 o'clock. We wanted a chance to.
I just wanted to read it. Draft.
S 33 is passed by Senate Judiciary. That's what we're.
Yeah.
Right.
I received an update from Ashley that Jen is working on seeing if Katie and Abby can work on the new draft so we can get it out tonight. Damien will be back at 6.
Damien will be back
At 6.
at 6, okay. So you guys can eat pizza.
That is right.
We'll see what's going on.
Senator Cobb, do you remember the last time the jurisdictional limit was raised for small claims?
No,
It's 2007.
I was,
I think you were on judiciary.
I was.
Yes. It was, came over, it was sent at the time. I think she was a senator or she was chair of judiciary. It was Representative or Senator Flory who initiated it. But it
Okay,
came through judiciary, I think, when you were there.
She chaired House Judiciary.
Yes.
yeah.
But I can't remember if she was chair up there or was she down here when the small claims threshold went up. Not sure.
I don't think she was here as early as 07.
Right, so she was up.
I know
in
she
the
was
House.
with civil unions. I know she was in the House.
Yes, yeah. So, right, maybe she was still in the House. But that's where it came down from. And then it was 3,500 up until 2007. And then that's when it went up to 5,000. Yeah, she- yeah.
Provision in here that's interesting is the addition of capital punishment for robocallers. Which I've supported for quite a while.
Yeah, I'm for it.
Is he typing on there while he's reading?
I don't recall that.
There have been reports of things being edited on the way to the secretary's office. Okay, so.
Well, we don't have
are you
Vince
ready?
here anymore.
Okay,
Exactly what I was.
all right, so it's been moved and seconded, no, just moved, we don't need a second, that we report S33. And the motion was made by Senator Ron Hinsdale, that we report it favorably. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those say no. I'm reading that 502. Okay, who would like to report that? Okay. Senator McCormick will report that.
The primary thing that you'll be saying in your
Now,
report.
we are
is you
in
recognize that
recess
5,000
waiting, I think we are in recess until 6, because that's when we will get our drafter back.
6 o'clock.
So 6 o'clock.
Thanks, everybody.
Okay,
good luck.
Any questions?
We can eat, we can sit, we can walk
Slice.
around,
Wasted day.
email.